Okay, for some reason the image is not showing up, or maybe it's just me. Let me double check. Let me double check a different source. Okay, apparently on the browser it's fine. Not sure why it's not working. My tablet, 1 second. Oh. Damn. Let's see. Okay. Seems to be working. Hopefully the background noise is not too strong. Though I guess maybe the game background will kind of drown it out. I don't know. We'll see. Whoops. Don't want echo. Okay. Okay. There you go. Nice. Very cool. So let's jump directly into it. Continue off with our SWTOR Imperial Agent playthrough, part 3. Wow, this is the fastest I've actually jumped into the game. Okay. I just needed to boot up. Boot up. Okay. Come on. Hopefully the background noise is not too strong. If it is, well, I have a potential solution. Okay, now let's lower Spotify. Is it working? Is it working? It's not working. What? Wait a minute. Oh, it is working. Okay, whoops. It is working. I just actually, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, only you guys can hear that. Okay, I just gonna pause it. Okay. There we go. Uh, 1 second. Preferences. Music volume down a little bit more. The music is super loud in this game. Actually. Everything else is kind of okay. Maybe I should do it. I should do it like this. %. Okay. Because everything else kind of sounds like it's not as strong. The music is super strong. I don't know. Camp dog. Okay. God, I love the super fast loading. Super fast, really fast. Okay. Let's see. My own volume. Okay. Nice. Very nice. Okay, so we were in a rested state. That's nice. Means more XP. Okay, I'll have my 20 something minutes left on my actual speed boost. Speed boost. XP boost. Okay. So, my companion really wants to talk to me, apparently. But we have more important things to attend to.
Off-duty soldiers, scared locals. They try to hide it, but they're shell-shocked. Just waiting for something to blow up.
Okay.
Let's talk when you get the chance.
I mean, you know what? Let's actually... Why not? Let's have one conversation with him. For now.
I think the hottest smell is off my boots. Should have kicked in more faces while it lasted.
You enjoy fighting, don't you? I bet you miss Hada. The plan was disgusting. I bet you miss Hada.
All that time in the swamp. Tell me you don't want to go home, keep Nemro company.
If I get the urge to see the hut, it'll take me back. In the meantime, though, you and me against the galaxy. Just sweat, blasters, and good times.
Oof. I don't know. Not really. Honestly, I don't really feel like flirting with her. I don't know. Against Galaxy, sweat, blast, good times. Just learn to follow orders. She's gonna disapprove big time if I say that. But I don't care. It's What does my gut say? I don't know. I really don't feel like flirting with her. Screw it.
You shoot high, I'll shoot low.
That's the spirit. Let's get moving.
Okay. We got some XP, that's nice. She wants to talk more, but not now. Not now, honey. Okay, so depending on how long we'll actually be on this planet, so I know that I can just quick travel there. Yeah, and save the game. So we're level 17. Last time I was kind of hopeful that I would reach level 20, but 5 hours of gameplay and, you know, based on the current like speed of getting XP, even though I'm not like annoyed by it or super annoyed by it.
At your service, sir.
Wait a minute.
Confirmed.
Wait a minute. No, not galaxy map. How do I still don't know how to like go back in a map. No, I don't want the galaxy map. How the hell? Like, what I want to do is I want to, like, look at the map and then, like, how do you say it? Like, go a level before in the map. Look at the, like, whole map. I have no idea how to do it. There's no exit point. Maybe I can't. Maybe it's like, maybe I have to, like, unlock this area and then I get this like little entrance or exit icon and then I can do it, which kind of sucks. Wish I could do it like immediately, but I don't know how. I don't know. Okay. Damn, these taxi rides are like draining me. At least at this like very small amount of credits that I have. For now. Wow, 1,000 credits for a mission. Oh well, gotta invest.
Excellent. I was just wondering what I could do to please you.
Can't wait to get more companions and I can just send them all. Okay, that was quick. But we have a lot of driving to do now. or riding. Okay. By the way, if anybody just recently joined, I am continuing my SWTOR story playthrough on the Imperial Agent, and so far so good. It's been a very long time since I've last played. When I say long time, it's like 10 plus years. So overall, it feels very good to be back. Feels pretty good, pretty good. The game has its flaws, but at the same time, I'm a big enough Star Wars fan, so so it's good enough. Okay, so I am close, but where? Huh? Wait a minute. How do I? It looks like I went the right way, but what? What? Maybe not. Maybe this is the way. Okay. Pew pew. Nice. Yeah. Have to help down. Oh, shot. Nice. Snipe. Okay. Oh, okay. Now I see it. Now I see it. I'll actually up the actually, I'll lower the transparency of... Do I do it here? Map fade value. Value map will fade to when moving. No, it's actually... I think it's this, right? Interface editor, then I click on the map. Yeah. Maybe not, maybe yes. What does alpha do? Oh, it's already on max. Okay. Huh. Icon scale. So it's 1.75. Oof, too big. Label scale. It's fine. Map contrast. Oof. Let's bump it up to 69. Okay. Wait a minute, what's this? What's the difference between scroll and fixed? I have no idea. I have no idea. Okay. Let's see how that looks. It's a little bit better. I like it. Not so much transparent. I mean, I kind of don't even need that, like, lower part to be, like, super visible, right? What if I max it out? What happens then? Now it's kind of dark. Me and the settings. But I gotta get it right. Gotta get it right for me. You know what? Okay, there it is. I didn't even consciously decide it's gonna be 69, so it's meant to be. It's meant to be 69. Okay. Anyway, enough of the buffoonery. On to the Other buffoonery. Really hope the outside like background noise is not too much of a deal. Oh my god, he healed up. Son of a... Ooh, it's gonna be hard. Doubt that I'll survive this. Yep. Got that. I was kind of over ambitious there. Well, I know how to do it now. Now I don't. Okay, heal up. Okay, that will be a little bit easier. Fra. Okay, one shot him. Yep, there we go. He didn't even notice. Wow, what a dick. Poison him. Grenade him. Do this thing. Damn. Didn't stand a chance that time.
Results are much better than they appear, Master.
As long as I'm able to.
Task just for you. Oh, thank you, Master.
Okay. You know what? If that kind of shit happens one more time, I'm gonna fucking close it. The window, I mean. I like keeping the window open because, you know, fresh air and whatever. God damn, these fucking motorcyclists. I love motorcycles. I love, not so much of an enthusiast, but like I love, you know, I would love to own one, to ride one, and, you know, fucking loud ones, man. So annoying. No, do not heal up. I still don't have like an interrupt ability. Okay, one shot. I missed. That was weird. Or maybe it healed up. Didn't pay attention too much. Too much. Thank you very much. Like,
getting good.
Okay, that's it. That's it, screw it. Screw it. Not worth it. Not worth it at all. Maybe like after midnight, but right now it's still not worth it. Nice. I feel like the mouse speed is a little too fast. Camera rotation speed, let's drop it down to like 20%. That's better. I felt like, always kind of felt like it was too fast. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, that one guy, he like fell down and okay. Well, good thing I'm a sniper. Nice. Nice. Haha, there we go. Finally, I'm 18. Yes. Sucks that I still can't interrupt him. Can't add to the difficulty. I also miss being able to change weapons. Like, that's one thing that SWTOR, well, one of the many things that SWTOR done better. Swotor. Guild Wars 2. Oops. So we're not there yet. Oh shit. Oh,
All right,
okay.
make me look good.
Oh, there was a guy there. Wow, I didn't even realize. Okay, at least I'm unshakable. That's good. Okay, can I deal a lot of damage? Yep, nice. Nice, okay. Does he have anything interesting? Ah, look at that. No influence gain, no influence gain, no influence gain, no influence gain, no large influence gain, okay. Ha! So I can easily make up for all the shit I said. Okay, influencer, good.
You know me way too well.
Right. Okay, so 8 minutes left on that. Okay. I guess it's kind of a better idea to like use the XP boosts later. But then again, I don't know. Kind of going by feeling on this one. So how the hell? Oh, okay. So actually, came down. So maybe I'm supposed to go this way. No. What? Oh god, this map is so confusing, man. Did I get any new equipment? Well, nothing is really better than what I have already. Okay. Let's oop-de-doop-de-doo out of here. Yeah, I probably took a wrong turn, I guess. Oops.
Take this, ugly.
God, even with the closed window, it's so fucking loud. Yeah, I definitely took a wrong turn there. Oops. Okay, let's deal with these guys first. Not bad, powerful. He wants to stabby. Nope. Okay. Sometimes I forget to loot the enemies, but that's fine. Okay, I must be Sith Warrior for that phase. Wait a minute. Hey. Okay. Is my companion back? I think he is. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna do this. Maybe I should have done this first. I am gonna summon him.
I'm gone.
There we go. The kiss ass droid. And I'm gonna use her for the mission.
Should keep me entertained.
Okay, nice. Wait a minute, where the... Oh, there he is. There you are.
Hail to the Emperor. More importantly, hail
What do you
to
mean, the Emperor?
Master.
Hail to me, goddammit. Okay. I like that the area effect of this ability is pretty big. Just pew pew everything that moves. Okay. Okay, I can catch him too. Okay, nice. Oh, there it is. Imperial Agent phase. Huh, why is that one kind of growing green? Kind of growing green. Kinda glowing green. Wow. Me me fail English? That's impossible. It's funny how the ability only works like in the zone. It doesn't work like if you stand in front of the gun and he shoots, nothing. But if you're in the circle, then it, you know, then it hits you. Oh well. Okay, do the same thing. Why not? Pew, might be shooting away. Ooh, a bounty hunter. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Pew everything again. New gear. Complementary minor class mission experience boost. This game completing class missions 20% cannot be combined with generic experience boost. So all experience gained versus class mission. In comparison, this one is also a major. I don't know. What can I actually deconstruct? No crafting crew skill detected. Oh. Again, unlike Guild Wars 2, you can't just, you know, deconstruct whenever, whatever. I guess you have to have some crafting skill. Or an appropriate crafting skill, I don't know. It's not a huge deal, but it kinda sucks that you can't do it. The hell is he doing? Nah, let's take that guy. Laze target. So far, my favorite ability is number 5. This suppressive fire one. It's just, you know, just pew pew pew. Oh, they're all dead. Okay. Will I get poisoned? Nope. So many enemies. So many enemies and explosions happening all over, but nobody bats an eye. Shield, cool. Can't wait to get some new interesting abilities. Okay. Eagle Liaison. Okay, let's do this. Oh, he's arranged, okay. Huh, he's not too tough. Poison and... Whoops. That shield down, boy. And... There we go. Is that a better item? Yep. Uh-oh, my my inventory is getting full. Moderate influence gain. Okay, sure. Large influence. Wow, he likes ancient rings. Okay. He's not even talking back. Uh,
Job's done. Have a look.
okay. Nice. Move all crafting materials of premium quality. Okay. Oh. Whoops. Actually, let's go. Poison. Where's the clickable thing? There it is. Okay, transmit the data. How? Oh. Oh, it's right there.
I'm receiving your transmission. Give me a second to fine-tune the frequency and I'll start transferring the data. There,
Some people
it's all
say
coming in
data,
now.
some people say
I
data.
guess you made it to the outpost okay?
You wouldn't believe what it took to get here.
Probably not. Tell me over a drink sometime. All this data Kimmich wanted us to retrieve. I think some of it's from Greystar.
alert.
Orders, communiques, all sorts of stuff. Blast. There's a list of collaborators. Balmorans who've been working with the Empire since the occupation. Kimmich hates collaborators.
Okay.
You think this is what she was after?
I'd bet on it.
I like how poison gas is like
Probably
behind
wants to
me,
make
just
the
like,
list public.
you know,
If the collaborators are outed,
floating
a lot of
about.
Balmorans will want them dead. Some of these guys are officials, factory bosses, the works. If they start getting killed, the governor's gonna punish everyone.
If we don't
Plus-
give Chemish the data, she can't cause trouble. Problem solved.
No good. She already knows the list is here, but I have an idea. Look, I can send the list on to the Imperial authorities. They can set up protection for the collaborators in case Chemish goes public. I know Chemish might get suspicious after what happened with the power cores, but what else can we do?
God, I really don't care about her. Like, we can't get involved. Let's protect whoever we can. I'm not suspicious. I'm not cash might get suspicious. What else can we do? I don't know. Kinda don't want to get involved. Where we can. You're way out of line. Let's do this.
We have to maintain our cover at all costs, even if that means people get killed.
I was afraid you'd say that. I won't do anything, as per your orders. I need to sign off and get back to Troida. You should do the same. Send you out.
Send you. I don't know. That one was kind of like either, I guess, you know, do a lot of these side things, or just don't get involved. Oh, okay, that was quick. So you have to go back to the workshop. Let's quick travel, why not? Right about the time the cooldown goes away, runs out, whatever. It's probably the amount of time like the cutscene takes. I kind of have a feeling like I'm TPing to the wrong outpost. I assume like over if I go over here. Yeah, it's kind of misleading. Like I always think it's like this outpost because it's super close, you know. But actually, it's the one on the ground. Damn it. Hopefully I won't die. Hopefully they won't get me. Okay. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Ooh. Okay. Almost got stuck there. Almost got stuck forever. Mounts are not allowed, blah blah. It's my second mount. Whee! Let's send her on a mission again. Let's send him on a mission again too. Oof. Frickin'. Can't I? Huh? There we go. I was like, why can't I send him? Chemish.
So you made it back. You did good work out there. All the data's intact. Did Sanju tell you those computers had a list of Imperial collaborators? You helped us expose traitors.
Have I passed your tests yet?
Does this prove that I'm on your side?
Proof doesn't exist in this business. You know that. You're doing all right. And I need your skills for a special job. I don't have anyone else who can handle it.
Ooh. Okay. Guess you're lucky.
Sounds like you're starting to rely on me.
If that's what it sounds like, then that's what it sounds like. You know all about the way the Empire and the Republic have been using our planet as a battleground. Pretty obvious stuff. Normally, the Republic doesn't bother us. They've got other worries. But I need someone to get inside the main Republic base.
When are we gonna talk about her face? Okay, I can do it. What for? That's crazy. You know what? I'll
Won't
follow
be
it.
simple, but you've come to the right person.
Good attitude. I need you to make a drop to
Switching
one of our
accents
friends in
again.
the Republic ranks. Get past the guards, get inside and make the delivery. That's it.
All
I
right.
guess I'll just have to trust you.
Here's the package and the coordinates of your target. He'll know what to do once you make the delivery. We're clearing out this safe house, so I'll contact you once we've settled somewhere else. And be careful at the base. They find you, they kill you.
Have fun when I'm gone.
Blow up a few Imperials for me, will you?
Not a problem. See you in a while. If you make it back alive, I can promise we'll be working together a lot.
We'll talk soon. Watch yourself.
Watch. Okay. So the XP boost is gone. Let's activate a new one. Infiltrated Balmorn Arms Factory. Arms Factory. Where is that? Destroying the enemy. Undiscovered. Okay. Huh. Okay, so when it comes to those, that's interesting. So depending on which map you were in, that's what the minimap shows. It's interesting. Anyone has lags?
At your service, sir.
The thing that sucks is like I have no idea. Okay, that kind of helps. Sucks that it doesn't show which cab to take, but I guess it's Sundari Imperial Outpost. I guess.
Travel route is confirmed.
Travel route is confirmed. Map chat. So far, when it comes to like the how many people I actually see in game, it kind of feels a little deserted. I guess it kind of makes sense, but He says, haha, I'm stuck, and stuck doesn't help me. remember these fields. They are very nice. Battle torn. Yep. Hoppity hop hop. Let's kill him. Why not? Pew pew. Oh, that's the energy. Okay, I thought it was gonna heal me up a bit. Oops. Pew 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 pew. Actually, I'm gonna heal up first.
Made out all right.
My companions are gone. Pew pew pew. Okay, centering mission. Almoran Arms Factory. Kinda reminds me of like the droid factory on Geonos. Similar vibes. The whole planet kinda has similar vibes. That big boy. Okay, let's... Are there any admins that can help me? Oh yeah. Apparently some guy is saying in map chat that he's like stuck and he like nothing is working, so I don't know, I'll kind of be a good guy and say like if it's... God damn, it's hot. Jeez. I'm like sweating up my headphones. Hopefully the material will like last from all the freaking sweat. Speech cylinder. Nice. Yeah. Beep, boop, boop, beep, boom. When I uploaded the previous two like big videos on YouTube, like my previous two streams, basically, for some reason I got like copyrighted content. It kind of like registered that some of the soundtrack is for like the Star Wars movies, which is kind of weird. I thought like the whole soundtrack here was like composed for the game, so who knows? I honestly thought it was just like for the game. Okay. Alright. Nice. Wee. Keep forgetting to use the jetpack. I should definitely use it. Wait a minute, is she already doing a mission? Yeah. Slice the slicer. Why not? Let's get to that level 20. Huh. Oh, he got caught in the fire. It's funny. Nice. You too, boy. Poisoning a droid, that's funny. Level 19. Oh, okay, new ability. Distraction. Interrupts the target's current action and prevents the ability from being used for 4 seconds. Okay, that's cool. But I'm gonna put it down here.
Anything else?
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, keep sending her more.
You paying me
Nice.
for this?
Okay. Gotta free up my inventory. Gotta do it pretty soon. Oops, wait a minute. Just gonna slightly bump up my personal volume. 25%. Okay, there we go. My level of volume for myself, like on my laptop, my overall volume is like only 25%. It's that loud. It's actually loud for some reason. We're already on that level. One shot. Full shot. Okay, I did send her, that's good. I remember this area too. Can actually mount up, yep. Okay. It's the outside. Oh look, a fellow player. Huh. You don't see that often. Wait a minute, is that the same guy? No, probably not. Nah. I recognize the name. So go on the left. Rah. Ah, let's kill that droid too, why not? I wonder how tough he is. How did he do to me? Armor reduced. Well, he can reduce my armor all he wants, but he's dead. Let's see what I can loot. Eh. Okay. Story instance. Disable the force field. Beep boop boop. Cutscene time.
Hey, I don't have long, but please tell me you didn't deliver the package to the Republic base yet.
What's going on, Sanju?
That package you're carrying is for Greystar, the Terror Cell leader. Greystar's the man inside the Republic base. Kemish wants to extract him, and you've been sent to help.
Side Republic base. Scum from extract him. Europe. Sent to help. We
If
found
you're
a target.
right, then Greystar is mine.
That's how it looks. As best I can tell, Greystar has been secretly managing and supplying the Terror Cell while pretending to be a loyal Republic officer. It was the perfect cover. Well, until the Republic started to suspect. Now Greystar needs to escape before he's caught.
He's
don't
not
think so.
going anywhere. I can promise that.
Well,
I don't
maybe,
think
but
so.
there's something else. Your package contains instructions and maps leading to a safe house. But we could change those instructions. Send Greystar into a trap. Once we have Greystar, we could make him give up his security protocols. We could send out orders to the cell using his name.
In that case, the Empire would have the whole cell as a puppet.
That's the idea. I know how Kemish and her people think. If we capture Greystar and learn what he knows, I can forge convincing orders. Chief Reynolds been looking for a way to turn the terrorists against the Republic for ages. We can make it work.
I'm very tempted to open the window. But then I hear that and I'm like, ugh. I don't know, maybe a little bit more. The reason why I want to keep it open is because, well, it's pretty hot, pretty stuffy.
What
How?
exactly do you need?
I'm sending you rendezvous coordinates. If you want to do this thing, tell Greystar to meet me there. I'll arrange the rest. If you don't send him my way, well, I guess you'll have to kill him.
You have
Is
anything
that
else for me?
I don't know if I'll see you again. Depending on what happens with Greystar, I may have to go into hiding for a while. But it's been an honor working with you. Sanju, out.
Okay. So I get to choose what happens. Republican Beta. Or Beta. Oh, we're killing a little droid. I like he's a feisty little droid, isn't he? Okay. Okay, she's back from slicing. Nice. Let's put her to task immediately.
I look better alone anyway.
Okay. Still haven't upgraded my speeder speed. Like, it's very expensive for like a 10% upgrade, but oh well. I'm not designed for this. Freaking murder bot. Murder bot. Okay, shoot him like pop up underneath the desk. It's fine. Okay, 2 toughies apparently. Okay. Oof, my inventory is getting... But actually, wait a minute. Yeah. Go do that. 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. I can survive for 1 minute. Famous last words. How much did he... Oh, okay. Kind of freed it up decently. It's the LLYH. Okay. Heal up. Better summon my companion. Oh, he's still selling it. Okay, he's back. Okay, let's eliminate this fast. And gone. Nah. Restart. Suppressive fire. Okay, loot everybody. Good. Raystar.
Verkvoli trafa utpota mina. Menufitan fine milman muriel martumiten. Eruele flara garo. Isabor jesem se vaxa inatro. Bome finadre.
How did you know I was coming?
Imarne am pasager für hog broor. Pegarus plot as vista bokar pina. Nuimarstro deber kurni.
Session as done before, I will do again. Thank you, sir, but I need to know things. Let's skip
I
the
didn't
chat.
come to be inspired. We should get to business.
Koniskile fias kasanum. Iru atirolo e arom bruavo. Skoribo for remita dosium. Mo flaska ki kafi mamogur tu flator.
What do I do? You
There's
need to
been a
meet
change
Sandra.
of plans. You're gonna rendezvous with one of our people at these coordinates.
Rau van modlegar. Hiel strioio furgalogar. Hef gratio
Oops, I
pegar
got
huska
that.
me vini. Mina mo forksa meohum.
Just leave.
Enough already. You need to get out of here now.
Bauer daruvonar. Hoeveel pori bil skure au gut der nudar glongor.
Okay. Calio Janice. Dirtying the slate. Okay. Companion. Oh, okay, okay. Loot those guys. So, return to Leckern Reynold. Where is he? So I have to go all the way back. Jesus. Gornith Canyon? Where the hell is that guy? Inside of Flaric Arms and Demolitions in Sobrik. So I have to go to Sobrik. Stupid motorcycles. Oh, that's how you do it. Okay. So world map, area map. Okay. Okay, well. At least I know. Wow. 500 credits. Oh well. Time is money, I guess. Time really is money. Ugh, that's how pay to win works mostly. Okay, so we're in the cantina. Whoops, no. Keep forgetting the controls. Okay, so we're good. Okay. That wasn't me. If that was me. Damn. Oh, we are returning to the old guy. The funny old guy. Jeez. Okay. Funny old guy.
I expect a full report as soon as possible, Station Chief.
Of course. As soon as things have calmed down. Ha! What have we here? If it isn't the Cypher himself, come triumphantly to our doorstep. I was just telling our keeper about you.
So
Am I interrupting a meeting?
No, we were finishing up. Reynolds, summarize the situation for Cypher 9.
You gave us quite a prize, Cypher. The Terror Cell under our control. Greystar captured and replaced by Sanju Pine, of all people. I never dreamed we'd see such success, but Sanju has already begun sending orders, and the terrorists now unwittingly serve us.
It's too fucking noisy. There we go. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Now that the cell's under your control, how do you intend to use it?
For the time being, Sanju will use the Greystar persona to gather information and turn the terrorists against the Republic.
As time goes on, we may find other uses for the terrorists. But that's another discussion. The Balmoran cell is no longer a threat. The other cells in the Eagles network will no longer receive fresh recruits and supplies from this world.
Okay.
Any news on our primary target?
Progress is being made, but now is not the time for that discussion. Station Chief Reynolds will take matters from here. He'll run cleanup and forward any discoveries to headquarters. When you return to your ship, contact Watcher 2. She will brief you on all new developments and transfer credits to your discretionary accounts.
More money
sounds good. A few credits can brighten up the day.
You might be in the wrong line of work then, eh?
Good work once again, Cypher 9. Keep her out.
That man hides it well, but the strain's getting to him. Probably worried the Dark Council will skin him alive.
What?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Make no mistake, I don't hold him responsible for what happened, but Darth Jadus was assassinated on his watch. Ah, but now's no time to discuss politics. You deserve a moment of celebration, and I have work to do.
It's been a pleasure doing business.
Indeed, my friend, indeed.
Not bad, Agent. Not bad at all. You and me, we're going places.
What the hell? Did you see that? What the hell? The fucking bug. Oh, look at that guy.
Hey, sounds like things went pretty well with the station chief. I'm glad to hear it. You deserve a little praise. You kept the bloodshed to a minimum, and I'm grateful, you know?
Keeping the body count low seemed the best solution under the circumstances.
Yeah, well, it was something I could never pull off, so Nice work. I'm not sure what I'll be doing now that Chemish and Greystar are out of the picture. Or even what I want to be doing. Guess you don't have that problem. You must be ready to leave Balmora. Get on to your next assignment.
That's what a cipher does. Not much choice in the matter.
So I hear.
Whoa.
Watch yourself out there. I hear
That's
it's a
buggy.
nasty galaxy. And if the Empire's gonna run the place, well, we need folks like you.
Okay. Okay, Sanju, calm down. Calm down, Sanju, not interested. Look at that. What the hell? Oh my god, it's so buggy. Look at that.
Better get moving. You hang around the shop for too long, people get suspicious.
I wonder what he's gonna say.
Stay a while, Cypher. Enjoy your time on our little planet.
He's funny. Jump down. Ah! Yeah. And my droid is like, you're an idiot, sir. These humans. Okay. So. Use your ship's holo terminal. Wait a minute. Character perks. So, to do... Oof. So for the personal starship... Well, level 20 is just around the corner, but... 50k. Jesus Christ. What is this? Enhanced speed boosters. Grants an ability that gives 2-second burst of speed while mounted or in a vehicle with a 30-second cooldown. Wow, it requires a requires a sub. What the hell? Okay. Okay. Moving on. Oh, flare bumped into me and disappeared. Okay, so I guess that's it for Balmora. Was never an exciting planet for me personally. It was kind of like, I kind of just wanted to get it over with. It wasn't super interesting. Bounty hunter. Bounty. Okay. I never know which side it's gonna spawn on. Come on, come on. Imperial agent, hang on. Do-do-do-do. Huh. Kinda looked like Han Solo for a second there. Okay, boarding the ship. And we've already seen this cutscene. So I'm gonna... There we go. Yes.
I am truly honored to serve such a personage as you, Master. History will remember your name.
Okay.
Not mine, but definitely yours.
Calm down, droid.
Have I mentioned recently how much I enjoy serving you? I am a lucky droid, Master.
Okay.
Secure
Yeah,
translation
whatever.
established. This is Watcher 2.
Ooh,
I'm
hello
glad
there.
you checked in, Cypher. Chatter has increased among the surviving cells, and it seems the Eagle is planning another attack.
Not even a thank you.
I just eliminated a group of terrorists, and you can't say congratulations?
Sorry. Congratulations indeed. Now, we have a serious problem. The Eagle only needed one cell to bomb the Dominator and assassinate Darth Jadus. For what's coming, he's using the entire Terra network. But the messages we've intercepted are frustratingly vague. Just cryptic references to devices called Eradicators.
You'll figure
If
it out.
anyone can get to the truth of it, you can.
I'm plugging myself into the monitors while I sleep, hoping my subconscious will sort it out. No luck so
What the
far.
hell?
Not much to be done at the moment. You need to focus on taking the Terra network apart. As you eliminate the larger cells, we can identify more terrorist activity centers. Eliminate enough, and the network will lose cohesion.
There we go, flirting.
We'll get together once this is over, have a drink.
We'll have the opportunity. I'll do everything I can from here. It's been 4 days since I stepped outside the Citadel. But I'm in no hurry. I'll be in touch. Watcher 2 out.
Watch. Well, at least the female characters, you know, actually look good compared to like some certain modern games. Well, Jesus. Okay. Anyway, travel to Nar Shaddaa. Nice. Let's do that. You can actually even see which people are aboard, like aboard the same ship we're on. Interesting. Ha! Voltaire. Okay, Nar Shaddaa it is. Nar Shaddaa. Right next to Hudda. Okay. Nar Shaddaa is gonna be pretty interesting. It's kind of like this one big, like, night city, kind of like, you know, never-ending party nightlife planet.
This is Watcher 2. I'm receiving your signal. Transmission secure. Nice to have you on a world with modern HoloNet transceivers. You're coming in loud and clear, Cypher.
I knew it. I knew it. The first thing would be flirting.
Looking good yourself, Watcher 2.
It's the high-resolution holo processors. They make up for my defects. Nar Shaddaa is one of the most densely populated city worlds in the galaxy. It's also a major trade hub for criminals and corporations. That's why the terrorists are here. The local cell procures weapons and technology for the Eagle's entire network.
Then we'll
You're right, we need to cut off those supplies.
Agreed. But there's more to it than that. These terrorists aren't thugs. They're intelligent, coordinated, and well hidden. I've contacted an asset who claims he can help locate them. He's a former operative of ours, effective in his day. When he had to be retired, he was redesignated Watcher X.
You sound hesitant.
There's something you're not saying.
Watcher X was one of our most capable analysts, but he became paranoid, prone to seeing connections and conspiracies where none existed. He was judged unstable and confined to Shadow Town, a Nar Shaddaa slum rebuilt as an open prison. It's where the Empire holds people who know too much. People we might need later. That's all I'm authorized to say.
Send me coordinates and I'll pay him a visit.
Done. Thank you. Shadowtown residents are fitted with motion tracking implants set to explode if they escape. This should keep Watcher X under control. Nonetheless, don't underestimate him. Watcher 2 out.
Damn, she's deeply indoctrinated, isn't she? Okay, nice. We're actually landing in Nar Shaddaa. Very cool. Nar Shaddaa. It's kind of similar to Coruscant actually, but it's like more gritty and dirty and, you know, nightlife-y, more neon. But it's pretty similar to Coruscant. Okay, Coruscant it is. Now let's send my disapproving companion on a mission.
I'll get to work.
Ah, let's send him too. Yeah. Okay. Whee! I should change my title. I could have swore I had more. Yeah. No title. Eh. Nar Shaddaa. Ooh, there we go. It's already like turning a bit neon. Okay. Watch.
Those huts are ruthless. The things I hear they do.
Ah, look at that. It's like freaking. It's like Manhattan from like, you know, 100 years into the future. Or more. Damn. What does the map say? Ah, yes. Casinos, yeah. Industrial sector, Shadowtown. Okay, so that's where we need to go, but let's see. Okay. So we take the taxi, but let me. Okay, there's a few players here. Interesting.
Welcome. Please select an
So we go directly to Shadowtown. Okay.
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
What a planet. What a great view, actually. First time I played this, I was like, especially at the time, it was like, I was blown away. I'm trying to figure out like where we land, but okay. Nice. Okay, hop on my speeder. Kinda wish I had like a more classic looking speeder. This one is a little not my taste, but prisoner security, okay. Prisoner security, prisoner security. Look this way, okay. Rebel Scout. Hallways upon hallways upon hallways. Generic Imperial Prisoner. Watcher X, okay. What's here? Generic Imperial Prisoner, I know it.
Step inside. Scan the apartment for important things. Overt threats, escape routes, access terminals. Take your time. Now, look again. Scan for concealed weapons, hiding places. Anything innocent is probably a bug. Anything you don't recognize should be analyzed later. Play the game. I can wait.
Hello.
Are you Watcher X?
Yes. Formerly
Yes.
Watcher 5, formerly Minder 8. Not that you're authorized to know it. You're a Cypher agent. Specializations in disguise, seduction, infiltration, assassination.
Seduction.
You're brave to come to Shadowtown. This could be your future. A bomb in your head, trapped here like a criminal.
Okay. We have... no, wait. Huh. You are... We have business.
Stop stalling and start helping. Now.
Of course. Watcher 2, my sister in the eugenics program, told me what you need. You know that the Eagle's terrorists are using Nar Shaddaa as a supply hub, but I imagine you don't know their latest scheme. The Terror Cell is on the verge of acquiring mass quantities of a new genetic modification serum, Cyclone. They plan to distribute it across the Eagle's network.
I don't intend to let any of them leave here alive.
then you'd best move quickly. Cyclone increases a user's speed and focus, transforming an average human into a natural assassin. It's also lethal. A minor defect.
Oh, of course.
We need to learn who created the serum and find their link to the terrorists. You must obtain a sample. A cyclone dose or a user's blood specimen.
Okay, a blood sample. Good. Good, thank God. I'll make someone give it up. Don't trust your motives. I'll make someone give it up.
Go out and spill blood?
I'd rather keep things quiet. There's an augmentation shop in the Corellian sector. A place people go for fast, dangerous modifications. Purchase the cyclone there. I can give you an injection to mimic the effects of long-term genetic damage.
Cyberpunk.
You'll be slower and weaker, but you'd make a convincing cyclone buyer.
Go ahead.
Cyberpunk Star Wars
I'll play
edition.
the part of a genetic wreck.
One moment, and I'll be done.
Okay.
There. Now you should be on your way.
Who knows what he put in me?
Get me my cyclone or my blood. Then we find the link to your terrorist enemies.
Okay. Injection. Watch actually with something that will make it appear as an extensive genetic modification degradation. Okay. Okay. A new rifle. Sure. Send my companion. My sweet, sweet companion.
Should keep me entertained.
Nice. Nice, actually might make it to like slicing 200 tonight. Where use my mount. I don't know why, but like today, like just on repeat in my mind is like the Samurai Jack theme. I don't know why. Da da da. Back to the past, Samurai Jack. Where the hell do we need to go, actually? World map. Okay. I like how I get it now. I still can't tell where we're supposed to go.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
Corellian sector, okay.
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
Corellia is a level 50 planet. Yes, I remember. Do you remember? What a city. Like, I wonder how many years in the future it's gonna be until we're like able to do that kind of thing, like, you know, floating buildings and whatever. But, you know, when I think about it, well, if you think about it, it definitely could be possible. It's just, you know, a matter of time and figuring stuff out. Doesn't seem like magic or something. Whee! Okay, new music. Oh, dangerous territory. Okay, let's see how tough these guys are. Eh. Oh, it's a regular enemy. Okay, I thought it was a. I thought it was a freaking. Thought it was a toughie. Okay. Good thing I can choose. I don't have to like specifically take us. I don't have to take a specific route. What is this? Acquisition speeder. Is it gonna blow up? Oh my god, it's so slow. Ugh. Nice, I cancelled it. You gonna shoot me? Nope. Samurai Jack. Wipe these guys out. Exchange. I think that's a gang. The exchange. Yeah. Let's shoot them up all. Let's shoot all of them up. Whoops. Yeah. Still can't remember the controls. Okay.
Have a look.
Oh, she's back. Okay. Immediately send her to the next one.
See you in a bit.
Funny. Grade 3. Okay, cool. So almost halfway there. Homeless. So homeless people and dazed spice trafficker. Okay, he's gonna be done with his quest.
The results are much better than they appear, Master. You'll see.
Okay, and then immediately send him back. That's funny. Whee! Find the dealer.
Ravul Asjon Uruet Untumata.
Musutueg non bushele siguru u jure pensu sensta.
Ulmod duotoe laronsa tankul hakasal.
I wonder if they actually follow some rules when it comes to language, or if they just, you know, just speak gibberish. Tell me about
Cyclone.
Cyclone.
There's a new serum going around. Cyclone. You know about it?
Enswez unda metula uwa yoxede.
Kumunhaba u kunit mekwasta mahala.
Kind of tempted to do the dick move right there. Okay, banned that stupid bot. Let's do it. Let's do it.
You'll
Screw
give
it.
me the dose for free, or I introduce you to my blaster.
Zakazag urgelu kwal kunkas urtumu nula uma.
They gonna fight me?
Unda mantulu.
They won't survive. They will not survive. Only 3 of them. Actually, smart move. They move to the side, but it's futile. I am stronger.
Lusato monzu sunjal usublulu.
Oh, now I want to talk. If I get the option to kill them. Why shouldn't I kill it? Yeah, why not?
I don't
Why
need
not?
you for anything.
I kind of feel
I
like
could
this.
shoot you right now. Gahandu veo nedzi unquejo levutu.
I don't care.
Uju numsab tutub guzu aga nuesca numska bala.
Uma ormal omentu gorastuk.
We'll pay you for protection and give you what you want. Oh, right. Wait a minute. I wonder if I actually get more credits if I select like dialogue options that actually, you know, the NPCs say like they'll pay me more or something like that. Because if that's true... Okay. We'll pay for protection. I don't know which option it would be, like either 1 or 2.
Hand over your medical serums, gene stims, everything you've got.
I hope they do pay me.
Warabold statud dun unmod tatolle ranzatuega.
Ooh, I can hurt her. Okay. Okay, they both of them are kind of like but don't know why he chose to hurt her, but okay.
I'll go. After I give you something to remember me by.
He's gonna shoot in the foot.
Jun stabu fu kwa langua. Petsan na huara.
Okay, we're getting very close to 200 on the crafting thing.
I work better alone anyway.
Okay. So, will I get paid more? Let's see.
This is Watcher X. I've been waiting for your call.
He's barefoot.
I assume you have my Cyclone specimen. Was there any trouble at the augmentation shop? Did you admire their work?
I'll just be like, mission complete.
I have the serum. The shop's been dealt with.
No. We need to analyze the specimen. Figure out where Cyclone comes from. We'll need equipment I can't buy in Shadowtown. There's an abandoned medical laboratory in the Duros sector. If armed refugees haven't stripped it bare, you can run the analysis at the lab's bioscan.
Okay, by the way, if anybody recently joined, I am currently playing, well, SWTOR obviously. I'm trying to go through the entire story of this specific class, and yeah, it's technically part 3. My other parts are actually on YouTube on my channel, so whoever is interested. Okay, let's see. Then what about refugees? I'm tired of running errands. Yeah, kind of honestly tired. I mean, I haven't even started, but I'm kind of tired of it.
You better not be giving me the runaround.
Why would I do that? If you couldn't trust me, why would Imperial Intelligence give us this assignment?
Yeah. Not a very convincing argument. Yeah, level 20. Nice. One more level and I can legally drink. Okay. Again, we get like these vibro swords that actually don't do anything. Kinda sucks, but oh well. Okay, now let's send my my droid slave to do some work. What is the level actually? Okay, we're getting there. Use the bioscanner. Okay, we'll most likely quick travel. I'm actually making use of the quick travel as much as I can. Can actually pay attention to how much the mission paid me. I guess not a lot. But yeah, anyway, I'm trying to use the quick travel as much as I can. Make use of it. Because, well, why the hell not? Where exactly am I supposed to go? What do you watch to go? Duros sector. Okay, so Duros sector. Where is that? Where is Duros sector? Oh, okay. But I can't travel yet. Okay, well, guess I'll take the cab. Can I travel now? That's still locked. How long does it cool down? 2 minutes. That's perfectly fine. Wait a minute, whoa. Let me see the perks. Can I like bring the cooldown even more? I can, but it's freaking expensive. Jesus Christ. Wait a minute, it says reduce the cooldown of quick travel by 2 minutes. What? So does that mean if I pay 300? Wait a minute. Oops. Look at this. Wow. So I have I don't know if I mentioned this, but I have 70... I was kind of surprised by this. I have 70 cartel coins left over from some ancient purchase I did way back then. So, So, 300k apparently is the same as 70 coins. What? Is that true? So that would mean I can get... Oh, it is true. Huh. Wait a minute. Let's take a look at this. This feels kind of like the best option, because then apparently my cooldown is going to be non-existent. Then only the only limiting factor would be like credits. But I assume that won't be as much of an issue like later on. I hope. Getting more and more expensive. So what could be super useful? So ship unlocks. Not super interesting. Legacy cargo hold, no. Arcade station, no. Ship guild blank, no. Bank. What about the character perks? Because I'll be on this character for a while. So, PvP experience, no. Flashpoint, no. Space mission, no. Class missions are... I mean, these ones are kind of tempting. But it's like... God, I hope it doesn't purchase it. Okay, good. Huh, that's weird. Okay, so apparently that is way more expensive. What? So the thing that I thought is not true, actually. Goddamn. Exploration. I mean, I would like to get all of these, but they're very expensive. Starfighter experience, dynamic encounter experience. Wow, there's a separate one for that. Okay. Increase the amount of companion influence gained.
I've outdone myself, Master. I think you'll be quite pleased.
Persuasion, crafting. Oh wow, okay, so you can massively lower the waiting time for that. How much does that cost? What? It doesn't even give me the option? See? Oof. I mean, I saw the credit amount, but I didn't see the cartel coin amount. Requires streak. Legacy promise. Reduces the time taken to give gifts to companions. Wow. So, like, in Guild Wars 2, there's this buff that's called quickness. So it kind of speeds up all of your actions, all of your like physical interactions, actions, and whatever. But unlike Guild Wars 2, you can't do that. But the only thing you can do, like to reduce the time, is like you have to pay. Wow. That kind of sucks, to be honest. Field repair droid, mail droid, personal cargo hold. Legacy cargo hold. I can't remember if I actually checked my legacy cargo hold. I know that I checked my personal, but I don't know if I checked my legacy one. Unlocks ability to freely switch disciplines and combat outside, and combat styles outside of rest zones. Wouldn't be doing it that frequently, even if I could do it. So I don't know. Like the thing that makes the most sense is to just freaking buy this. It's literally meant to be. So I am gonna do just that. Please tell me it's like 0 cooldown now. Looks like it. If it's true, that would be awesome. Let's test it out actually. So where do I need to go? I need to go to that taxi area. Wait a minute. So I have to walk all the way there to get to the taxi thing. Mezzenti. Sure, let's test it out. I'm curious to see the cooldown in action. Or the non-existent cooldown in action. Oh wow, it's true. Okay, so that's really cool. So you kind of have to pay for the perks, which kind of sucks. But when you max it out, apparently it's very, very useful. Shimmering Ginks. Okay.
Well done. Please
Oh, wait a
select
minute,
the
let me
available
send
travel
my
route.
companions.
Should give me
Dead
entertainment.
and gone. Hopefully the yellow one actually bumps up the level. Okay, Duras sector.
Have a
Yes.
safe and pleasant stay.
Cool, very cool. So I can quick travel anytime I want as long as I have the money. Nice. It's gonna save a lot of time actually. The only issue when you kind of like speed run stuff, the XP is kind of like, well, a lot less, but I'll kind of, since I can quick travel, I'll just fight everything I see basically in that specific zone, so I'll actually ask map chat any tips for okay. The taxi travel, even though I wish this game had flying mounts, I wish that we as so many things to say. I wish SWTOR allowed you to actually use flying mounts, but the limitation would be to like you can't land anywhere you want because the game is well like that, has its limits. So you can't land anywhere you want, but you can fly in like through certain like basically kind of like the taxi ride, but the game allows you to actually like control the taxi, so to say. But except it isn't a taxi, it's your own like flying mount. I mean, I can totally see it being doable, because the map is like one big map. You know, each planet is like one big map. So, oh, okay, not too bad. I don't know. I can totally see flying mounts being a thing, but I am super pessimistic when it comes to that idea. So. Super hopeful, but we all know it's not gonna happen. The game is sadly gonna most likely die before that like even becomes a possibility, which kind of sucks. It's been like more than 10 years, so but oh well. I guess like without knowing anything, I guess like their argument to kind of that idea of like flying mounts and whatever. Instead of taxis would probably be like the, I don't know, the game engine or something. Wrong way, whoops. Might as well kill him. Can I aim? Oh, he's far away, okay. Oh, he's not far away. Ooh, half the health down, nice. Okay, shoot these guys. Oops, sorry about that. Whoa, whoops, oops. No! Oh crap. Oh crap, 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 oh crap. What? She failed? Or she didn't fail? Probably gonna die. No. I hate that. Damn it. Well, she came back right. And she had a good timing.
done myself, Master. I think you'll be quite pleased.
Wow, she failed. Okay. Send her again. Do it. Okay, shoot him up. Nice, take care of her. Do the lace thing. Down itself a lot and finish him off. Nice. This is how we do it. Ah, shoot them all up. Why not? Ah, I hate it when they move. Get away, you. Okay. Let's do lace first. And poison dart. 5. Two number 9. One number large. Or however it goes, I forgot. Forgot the big smoke meme. Oh, okay, a toughie. Let's see. Can I do the lays? Come on. There we go. And poison dart. Okay, he's tough, but not for long. Damn. Good thing my bot is healing me. Press fire. This should finish him off. Oof, okay. Nice. Now loot him. Why not? Let's shoot these up too. Shoot everybody up. I don't know why it's called like suppressive fire, but guess there's an explanation. Where? Oh, okay. What even is that? Bioscanner. Okay. It's gonna blow up. Sounded like it was gonna blow up. Like whoa. He made himself like a smoothie or something. Agent, what are you doing?
Hello again, Cypher. I'm seeing everything the bioscan sees. Genetic bonding agents, molecular webs. Pure. Perfect. Take Cyclone and it becomes you.
Okay.
We're going deeper now, Cypher. Looking for a signature to tell us who the artist is.
Just gonna get myself a cold drink. Oh, the good thing is the fridge is right there, but I'm gonna do a refill on my hydrate. Okay. Very nice. Oof. My ass doesn't hurt as much. So that's good. Okay. But my current annoyance is the freaking sweat. Like my ears are literally like sweating off. I kind of wish I didn't have to use headphones, but the problem is like if I want to hear stuff, then it's gonna echo to the microphone, so it's not very, let's say, professional. Okay, but it's not a huge deal. Okay, I'm going deeper now. Cypher, look for some show. Tell us if the artist is curious.
I'm interested in tracing Cyclone to the terrorists. Nothing else.
You're very dedicated. Keeper must be pleased. I have a corporate match.
Nice.
Cyclone's coding process is registered to Synchet Industries. Synchet used to manufacture droids, food supplements, medical supplies. But Synchet declared bankruptcy 5 years ago. The company is gone.
I just noticed the slicing is 198. Nice. Ha! You messed up.
I should have known Cyclone was a dead end.
Synchet, a dead company, is connected to Cyclone. Cyclone is connected to the Terra Cell. We need more. I'm finding one former Synchet executive currently on Nar Shaddaa. He left the company just before it dissolved. Question him about Synchet. We need to know what happened to their resources, whether they had terrorist connections.
Let me go and talk to him.
Your executive is named Jordal Tlan. Rich, eccentric, reclusive. Stays in his private casino lounge. Only associates with droids. No visitors allowed, no weapons allowed. He'll need a reason to talk to you, to be desperate to talk to you.
I like a cold beverage, but not a fan where it's like way too cold. Oops. Damn, my fridge is like killing it. Okay, any reason to... where you think it has sound good? What's our leverage?
Is there a way to blackmail him?
I think so. Use the resources you have. See those medical crates? Combine their chemicals correctly and you'll have an undetectable poison. Tlan's serving droids won't notice if you poison his drink. When he sweats and chokes, offer the antidote in return for cooperation.
I'll do what I have to. But I make the call myself.
If you like. I'm sending the formulas for poison and antidote. The important thing is to get to Tlan. Get him talking about the terrorists, Cyclone, and the dissolution of Synchet.
Okay. So she succeeded. Good. Thank God. Finally. Send her again. Wow, my credits are like massively depleting. Okay, send him to... Hopefully we'll reach like grade 4 pretty soon. Okay, so I'm level 20. Whoops. Whoa. Huh. Almost left. Okay. Mix and few chemicals at the station. Okay, see it up close. That was easy. Okay, good thing I didn't actually have to mix it. Go to Jordal's Tlan Lounge. Where is that? There? Ah, on this. Oh, wait a minute. Is it? Can I quick travel? Take a speeder to the promenade and travel to the Pleasure Barge, Star Cluster Casino. Why not just directly go there? I don't know. Let's go. Well, it costs a lot, but oh well. Star Cluster and Club Vertica. Ah, yes. Freaking gambling events. Oh my god. Ooh, it's a little bit laggy. And I can see why. Jesus Christ. It's not even that many, like, players and whatever, but still. I can feel the lag. Is that like an event? Gambler. Can I actually use these machines? Nope. Could have sworn you can use those machines, but apparently not. maybe the big, like, event is over? I don't know. Okay.
Master Tlon requested my repairs be completed in time for tomorrow's swoop race broadcast. You are supposed to comply.
I'm not a mechanic. I can't keep repairing you things when you malfunction.
Your
Then
things.
I shall inform Master Tlon of your inability to perform your duties.
That's not necessary. Why don't you clear your memory of the last 5 minutes? Hey, you! This is Master Tlon's lounge. Is there something I can help you with?
Hello there.
I hope I'm not intruding. What's your name?
I'm Natula Pan. I assist Master Jordal Tlon, tend to his lounge and the droids. It's a pretty nice gig. When Tlon left the business world, he picked me up, bailed me out of debt. Now I work for one of the richest men on Nar Shaddaa.
Oh, again, flirting. Oh my god.
You sound devoted. I hope he treats you well.
Tlon? Not like you're thinking. Might be nice to be treated well again. Look, don't take this wrong, but I don't know you, and no one comes in here just to talk. What's this about?
Flirt. Again. Flirt wars.
Maybe I just enjoy your company.
Somehow I doubt I'm who you're really interested in. Not that I'm complaining about the attention.
Again.
Let's get away from here. I'll prove how interested I am.
Wow, light side, okay.
I suppose the droids can look after themselves for a while.
Ooh,
we could slip
okay.
into the cantina for a little bit.
Interesting. That was easy. If only real life was like this, huh?
Okay, I needed that. I should definitely get out more. But I'm still curious. What's this all for? Let me in on the mystery.
I'm just gonna say Imperial business.
The Empire has questions for Jordal Tlon.
You're Imperial? Not that I have anything against you guys, I'm just surprised. You know I can't betray Tlon. But I can go behind his back a little.
I can't betray him,
if you like.
but... Wow. I need to see
You
him.
set me up to meet with Tlon?
Probably, if that's what you really want. Wait here. Okay, you're all set. I hope this works out for you. I really do. Go through that door. And please be careful of Tlon and his droids. Don't get too close, and don't get him mad.
I'll say, like, of course.
I'll be cautious.
Good luck in there. I know you'll do great.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, nice. Okay, so 200. So we're almost halfway there. But I'll keep doing it. Hopefully she won't fail me.
Keep me entertained.
Sadly, my credits are pretty much like going down the sink to level this, but oh well. I mean, hopefully it'll pay up. Hopefully I can like sell some stuff. I keep forgetting to freaking sell my items. Hopefully there won't be a difficult fight.
Alert. Scanning for weapons. Warning. Visitor is armed.
Warning.
Ignore the droids. Nutella says you're persistent, but I don't know what you think you'll find here. Sinjit's gone. Bankrupted by the war and sold off piece by piece for a tidy sum. Made me rich, but that life is over.
Corporate scum. I'm getting
Master
tired of it.
Tlon, you must have stayed involved on the side. Heard about Sinket and Cyclone?
I'd be more worried if I knew what you were talking about. Besides, you're nobody to me. Why would I reveal confidential information to you?
This is myself. God, important. Let's be a dick.
Cause trouble with me and I can make your life very difficult.
Is that right? And how exactly would you do that?
Organic contact. We can ruin
How
your
would you
setup.
like to see your droids repossessed? Or sabotaged?
Warning. Visitor displaying hostile behavior.
Really?
Alert. Powering weapon systems.
Enough, all of you. You don't need to damage the droids, I'll talk. Here's a story you might be interested in. A story about VerveGen, one of Sinchit's subsidiaries.
This better
My
go
patience is wearing thin.
Yep.
So is mine, and I'm the one with the battle droids.
Eh.
VerveGen developed medical technology, mainly genetic modification serums.
Seen my gun?
Not one of Sinchit's more profitable branches. When we put VerveGen on the market, we got some strange buyers. Paid cash and kept their names secret. Took the company and all its technology.
I need to find
Can you contact the buyers?
I wouldn't know how. You could try yourself. VerveGen's offices were on the upper levels of the city. So far as I'm aware, the old buyers are still in charge. That's all I have, and I think I've been more than cooperative. Everything clear enough?
I'll be watching.
Stay out of trouble or I'll be back.
I'm sure you will. But don't press your luck. You can see yourself out. Don't bother the droids when you go, and leave Natula alone.
Right.
Hello, Cypher. Always pleasant to speak.
Okay.
You know, I managed to slice into the Star Cluster's holocams. I got to see how you handle
Oh
field
my
work.
god, he watched me.
I didn't think it possible to talk through a meeting with Jordal Klan. You handled yourself adeptly.
Oh, he watched that. Okay, hopefully he didn't watch the other thing. You violate my privacy.
Let's talk about the mission, please.
Of course. That's why I'm here. So, now we know about VerveGen. Sinchet Industries' medical subsidiary purchased by a shadowy group of buyers. Those buyers were presumably members of the TerraCell. The company was acquired to produce Cyclone and other technologies.
Yep.
We need to take on VerveGen.
Not yet. Soon. But not yet. I've located the VerveGen offices, but I'm unable to obtain personnel records. Their data is very well secured. I need you to set up surveillance. Slice into public terminals around the building perimeter, and I can use HoloNet resources to see and hear inside.
We should attack.
They're unprepared. Can't we just wipe the place out?
We have one chance to destroy VerveGen's operations. If we attack without knowing the facts, we risk cell leaders escaping. VerveGen is located in the upper-level industrial sites. The sector is overrun by corporate security. Some may carry Cyclone as a last resort. When you're done, come to Shadowtown. We'll meet in person. Watcher X out.
Watcher. The Watcher. Moderate influence gain, okay. The next thing I should do, definitely, is visit a freaking vendor. Is that the same waitress? Nope. Damn it. No, I keep pressing the wrong button. Natula. Yes, hello there.
You really shouldn't stay here much longer.
Okay, sass. Oh, poor gamblers. Wasting away. Why am I even walking? I should be like freaking TPing everywhere. Slice to the north. But where? VerveGen. Upper industrial sector. Yeah, but I have to go via taxi. Actually. Kingpin's bounty. Okay. Yeah, I have to go via taxi first.
Select an available travel route.
And then,
Have a safe and
then
pleasant stay.
I can use the quick travel. But telling how the missions actually go, can't really quick travel to a new area either way, so. But going back is actually way less tedious, so that's at least that's good. 32 people on this planet. Nar Shaddaa. I like this version of Nar Shaddaa, and I like the one from Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast, I think. Actually, it was both Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy. And I don't know what other game had Nar Shaddaa. Lego games? But I can't remember what else. Captain Westro. Okay, where am I? I am over there. Okay.
Job's done. Have a look.
Okay. Corporate espionage.
Perfection is my goal, Master.
Stims vendor. Sure, why not?
What can I get for you?
Drugs. Okay, standard issue. Fortitude. Premium tech. Let's buy a stim, why not?
Come back anytime.
And I should sell stuff. He stabs himself.
You won't find a better bargain.
Okay, I should repair everything. Just sell my junk. We don't need the Warzone one. Don't need that. These tiny med packs, I don't need them. Okay, don't need all of these things. Standard edition med pack, okay. It's a lot of med packs. Sell all of this. I know it's an item upgrade, but oh. Yeah. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. But I already unlocked that. I'll save it until I'm completely sure that I can, like, that it's Nah, I think that's character locked. I think it's character locked, definitely. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really care about that, but it's good credits. Minor class mission experience boost.
Come back anytime.
Open that. Okay. Yeah. Pretty good cleanup. God, I hope that slicing gig actually pays off. Exchange. Distraction, action, press ability. Oh, okay, so I can the best way I think I can use that is when a slightly tougher enemy actually, like, starts healing. 4 seconds is 4 seconds. Okay, I am getting attacked, okay. Good thing it's a beast. It's not shooting me. Medical droid. Okay, I have quick travel. Oh, okay. Eliminator. Okay, suppressive fire is working nicely. Ah, probably should have just done a basic attack. Okay. I should heal up. No companion. Okay.
I seem to have outdone myself, Master. I think you'll be quite pleased.
Okay. Rah! Probably a bad idea, but let's see how it turns out. Oh god, that's a lot of enemies. Okay, take cover. Right. Okay, deadly aim. Nice. Basic attack, sniper's hit. Okay, nice. Oh, there's more. Boss. Boss, there's more. Snipe his head. Space. Can't believe I'm still level 20. It's it's even with the XP boost, it's like it's kind of slowing down. Then again, only doing the story missions, so kind of makes sense. Okay. So I have to disable this one. Oh. Did I get interrupted? No? Okay, nice. Whee! Okay, so one on the left, one on the right. Imperial agent phase. Snipe his ass. Okay, take him down. Nice. Junk items. Yeah. Just went past him. Return to watch. Okay. What is this? Pending. Oh, okay. So I have to return to him. Where, though? Where was it? I forgot. Ah, let's just read it. High-profile ward in Shadow Town. Wasn't I there? Oh, high profile ward, okay. Center. I'll go there, yeah. Eh. Price of admission.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
Jesus Christ. Good thing these are good enough quality headphones because so much sweating, Jesus Christ. Okay.
You paying me for this?
How the hell is it undiscovered? Definitely been here. What the hell? Weird. Do I have to like click it? Okay, that's weird. Some of them you have to click, some of them you don't have to click. Weird.
Welcome back, Cypher. Glad you could visit. Most people in Shadowtown seek escape. Spies, assassins. Freedom is the only reason they'd help the Empire. But Imperial Intelligence isn't offering me freedom. You know why?
You're insane. Letting you free would be the worst thing we could do.
Imperial Intelligence is scared to let me free. But the Watchers know that if I refuse to help, my mental conditioning reacts. If I disobey a superior, I get headaches. They last for days. So I may as well help you. The alternative is less pleasant.
Good to know.
Whatever it takes to keep you under control.
Me, or anyone else your employers want to train. Now that we have surveillance, I've been able to monitor VerveGen's activities. The results are enlightening. As we suspected, they're manufacturing Cyclone. In fact, VerveGen is preparing a large quantity of serum for transport and distribution.
What
Let's
else?
hear some more.
VerveGen's day-to-day management is expecting a visit from the owners. That's when the Cyclone will be turned over. Security will increase. Employees sent home, holocams activated, internal defenses powered on. But get into the meeting unnoticed, and you'll find the TerraCell leaders.
I can be
Going unnoticed is my specialty.
I'm aware of that. But even ciphers have their limits. With effort, we can create a cybernetic disguise combining armor, implants, and holographic technology. You would appear to be a Class 5 droid. Most security devices don't screen mindless droid workers. Fitted with such a camouflage system, you could walk into VerveGen unmolested.
Okay.
How do we get this working?
I've already assembled the system's components. All that remains is to implant the cybernetics necessary to hide your life readings. I can put you to sleep with an anesthetic before making the incisions. Otherwise, we can begin. The procedure should be swift.
Not sure about
really
this.
necessary.
The implants are smaller than blaster cartridges. The disguise is needed. Really, there's no need to be squeamish. Now, awake or asleep?
Put me
I'll go
out.
to sleep, but this had better work.
Of course. I'll try not to cause any damage while I'm inside.
Okay. Yeah, look at him.
Finished. I've inserted 3 implants along your spinal column. You'll never feel them. Congratulations. From now on, you'll be able to pass as a machine.
We're losing time. What's next?
It won't be long before the cell leaders arrive at Vervgen.
It won't be long.
I suggest you get to the meeting. Eliminate everyone. Afterward, I'll contact you for confirmation. Good luck, Cypher.
Okay. Okay, more implants. Yay. Okay.
Job is done. Have a look.
Okay, that's done too. Oh man, these missions are getting more and more expensive. Lock boxes, yeah.
Paying me for this?
Lock boxes. Okay, so I don't have to run all the way back. Where do I need to go? Vervgen headquarters. Where is that? Where is Vervgen headquarters? I don't have a clue. Don't have a single clue. It doesn't even say. Trade. But where's the building on the map? Sucks that it doesn't say. Slippery Slopes Cantina. Oh well. But the cab isn't too far away, so hopefully another like credit chip or something is gonna drop from a mission or something, I don't know.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
Upper Industrial Sector.
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
Okay.
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
Cheaper than TPing. Just on the map. Okay. Cool that it sometimes goes through like tunnels. Very nice. I also like how not all the areas are like in the same plane. There's a lot of verticality, and that is very nice. So I have to go there. Okay, so I need to... I can go there, why not? Jeez. I'm sweating like a fucking pig. Okay. What are you looking at? Nice. Yeah. Change goon. Okay. Okay. Silly goons. Smithers, take care of these fools. Yes, sir. Excellent. She failed. Yeah, she failed. Yeah. Oh, gotta take a med pack. Come on.
Perfection delivered, Master.
Don't die. Nice. Okay. Whew. So she failed, he succeeded.
You paying me for this?
I can do this.
According to your exacting
8 minutes.
specifications,
Jesus. Okay, I might have screwed myself. Let's see if it's like a tougher battle. Without a companion, probably gonna be tricky. Okay, evade him. Nice. Do not shoot me. Do not shoot me. Yeah, I'm kind of pretty close to leveling up, huh? Let's get that level. Set me on fire, okay. Okay, shoot him. Snipe. Watch the sniper. Nice, 21. 42, 21. Nice. Does level 21 bring me something? Absolutely not. Wow, only a minute passed for him. Okay. So, no cavalry? Not yet, anyway. Activate droid disguise. Oops. Okay. So I have to do this. Ha! I forgot about this. Droid. I'm just an innocent droid. Whoop-de-doop-de-doo. Droid with a jetpack. Hopefully it'll be a long cutscene because companion is away. Peak Soul experience. Irrelevant. Okay, already, huh? Okay, let's see. Beep boop.
After the test results came in, we made some modifications. The serum lasts longer, the side effects kick in later, but it's still lethal. No matter what we do, Cyclone will burn up its users from the inside out.
I'm not concerned about fatalities. The men and women taking the serum understand the necessity of sacrifice. This is an important day for us. You've created a new weapon in our fight for freedom. One that we'll use to great advantage.
We're all honored to hear that from the Eagle, sir. Vervgen is your partner in the cause.
What to do? Not anymore.
Vervgen's finished. Find a new supply.
Oh, he even talks like a droid. Okay.
Deal with this interruption now, all of you.
Something's wrong with the internal defenses. I can't get a response.
Secure the building, and don't let anyone escape. Anyone who needs a boost from Cyclone,
easily
take it.
die. Well, that did almost nothing. What the hell? Okay. Slowed him down a little bit, but... Ooh, nice. Okay. Very cool. Heal up just in case, even though I think the fight's over. I mean, nobody else is gonna show up. Okay, talk to that wimp.
Recording function activated. Self-diagnosis? Critical. I'm going to die. I'm looking at the man who's going to kill me.
A cyborg. How convenient. You eliminated the cell leaders. Now we must remove every trace of their operation and prevent their followers from regrouping. The terrorist communications hub, the system they use to arrange meetings, store secrets, broadcast propaganda, must be destroyed. The man at your feet is our opportunity.
I thought stopping the meeting would end this.
There are always survivors. Terrorists scattered around Nar Shaddaa. You can deny them the resources to rebuild.
I don't know anything.
We can use his computer-enhanced brain to locate the hub. You'll need to route me to his cortical implant.
What? You can't do that!
There should be a standard interface somewhere on his skull. Connect your holocommunicator, and I can slice the data inside his mind.
Please, I'll tell you what you need to know. Just don't slice my brain.
I don't want to hurt you. Cooperate, and it'll be okay.
The hub. It's in network access. The droids protect it.
We can't be sure he's telling the truth.
Grid 7 Alpha, Module 5. Please don't let him into my head.
Haha, we can kill him. Okay. If I kill him, assume that the other guy is gonna be like, why'd you do that? We could have used him. But he's gonna die anyway. Huh. God. Oh, morality. I don't know. Get away from me.
If you can drag yourself out of the building, you can go free.
I understand. Recording function terminated. You won't see me again.
Hopefully he's
Let's
telling the
hope
truth.
you haven't made a mistake trusting the word of a terrorist. Network access is a maze of computers and holonet transceivers. Assuming the hub is there, you should be able to destroy it. You'll have to pass the cell's security droids to reach it. Certainly within your capabilities. Once you're there, disable the terminal. Then the Nar Shaddaa terror cell will cease to exist.
Okay. Let's immediately equip that. Story time. Destroy the communications hub. Where is it? Where? Take Spirit to the network access area. Network access area. But where exactly? Jessel's communication hub.
Made out all right.
These quick travels are costing me. Let's kind of cheap out this time, but I kind of like don't want to walk all the way back, but at the same time I don't want to spend like 1K just to travel, so it's kind of like, I guess, the compromise.
Pads are currently open for business.
Yeah, it's definitely cheaper.
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
But I'm really happy that the quick travel cooldown is like 0. So far, best cartel coin spend.
Be quite pleased.
Like, I don't know what to do with these, like, grade 3 slice tech parts. Like, can I sell them, or Don't even know like where they are. Material inventory. Okay. What to do with... Okay, now... And now... Oh, okay. So it's like a... drive. Yeah, kind of. Dr. Proven. Dr. Proven. I wanted to see if I fell through. Oh, map chat. Sometimes map chat can be very helpful, sometimes it's just crap. This time it's the other thing. Sadly. Shoot them all. So far, my favorite ability from this subclass. Ooh, a purple item. Emperor's Casino Chip. Is that a chunk item? Don't even know how to see those, like... What a cover. It's not even a cover at all. Couldn't kill him before he reached me. Oh, come on. It just started flying. Oops, I didn't send...
Better alone anyway.
Yeah. You know what? I'll send him on a mission.
I will not disappoint you.
Okay, getting close to freaking Ripple. Okay. Oh, I'm not even shooting him, okay. And... Whoosh! Nice. Ending the terror cycle. Favorite ability? Watch the sniper. Ooh, he spawned to somebody. Okay. Okay. Can I take him on solo? Let's see, let's try. Okay. As soon as he starts healing up, I'm gonna use that ability. It's a little tricky. Definitely a little tricky. Ah. So I should maybe heal up. Nice. And dead. Oh, not dead. Okay. Okay, good enough. Huh. Okay. Wonder if I can sell those items. Nice.
Congratulations, Cypher. You've struck the final blow to the Terracell. Survivors will be unable to regroup. Ties to the Eagle's network have been severed. There's only one catch. Destroying the network hub sent a ripple through the Holonet. Shadowtown security momentarily failed. I took the opportunity to escape.
Okay.
If that's true, why bother telling me?
Soon one of your watchers will notice the glitch. You'll be asked to find me, hunt me. But I don't want you as an enemy. Tell your watcher that I remain imprisoned. Once I'm safe, I'll share my secrets. You'll know everything intelligence keeps from its ciphers.
I'm listening.
What kind of information are we talking about?
Do you want the details of the eugenics program that bred myself and Watcher 2? The aliases of your friend, Kaliyo Janis? It's yours. All the secrets. You only have to help me escape Nar Shaddaa.
I'm intrigued.
You know how to make a tempting offer.
I can guarantee this chance won't come again. Now, I should be going. I have to get to my ship. You have an incoming call from your masters. Goodbye, Cypher.
Cypher 9, this is Watcher 2. I'm routing this call through a half-dozen city subsystem. We intercepted a set of terrorist transmissions reporting the destruction of a company called Verve Gen. I've sent agents to scour the company's systems for additional data. It seems the Nar Shaddaa cell has been neutral.
He's like, I'm losing you.
I can confirm that the cell's been destroyed.
That's excellent, but there's something that concerns me. As I was monitoring, I noticed some unusual network activity. It's possible Shadowtown's security was breached. I'm worried about Watcher X. He'd take advantage of a fault like that.
I can say there wasn't any breach. Or maybe I can... Well, I'm lying either way. I'll take care of him. There wasn't any breach. What if I say I'll take care of him?
I'm going after him now. He called me to gloat.
Damn it all. We can't have a rogue watcher loose in the galaxy. Head for the spaceport. I'll try to delay any departures, but be fast. Nar Shaddaa doesn't acknowledge Imperial authority.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Hopefully that's not gonna...
He's not getting out of the city.
...change the
It's
plan.
good to hear you say that. Watcher 2 out.
It's funny how he glitched. She glitched out. Okay. Very nice. So, okay, almost 300. Nice. Send companion. Send companion. Oh crap! I'm. By the time I. Here. I assume at the spaceport. Yeah. But what would be a good compromise? Imperial Data Center. Oh, okay. Should have looked for it like that. Confirmation anymore. Part 3.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
Vehicle pads?
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
Nar Shaddaa. I like how the weapon is kind of glitched. Look at it. Okay. Nice central view. Centered view. Yeah. There we go. Okay, let's catch up to him. The weapon is still glitched. Oh my god. Okay. Let's see what happens. There he is. I did. Hopefully, if it comes to fight.
Note your target. Check him for weapons, held, concealed, improvised. Now scan the rest of the area. Does he have allies? Are they hiding? Are you outmatched without realizing? I'm disappointed in you, Cypher. I offered you information that could have given you power over your masters.
Crap. Okay, so I thought it wouldn't matter what I say to her, but apparently it changed. Changed course. Damn it. I have to get the information. I'm a little agent, you're not a reliable source, finally get to fight. Damn it, I can't say like, actually, I came here for you to tell me the information. Damn it.
You might be right.
Oh well.
But I don't trust your information.
Oh well.
My fault, maybe. I should have shown you the codes. Pity. I owe you my release, but I have no qualms about us fighting. If you'd like to back out, you may.
You can still surrender. Intelligence won't let me. Damn it! I still can't get the information. Ah.
This only ends peacefully if you go back to Shadowtown.
Damn it!
I won't do that. Goodbye, Agent. Now we reach the end.
I really wanted to see what he has to say, but apparently it's not gonna work. Ah, this is a losing fight. No. No! Crap. Nope, probably not gonna win this. No! No! Damn it. Whoops. Yeah. Either I wait a minute for my companion to come back, or I don't know. Rethink my strategy. Temporarily stealthed. Wait a minute, I'm level 21. Why can't I... What about my combat style?
Yeah, didn't go so great.
Okay, she failed, goddammit. Okay. Okay, that doesn't mean anything. Damn it, okay, so I can't, like, pick and choose, it's just...
I seem to have outdone myself.
You get what you get.
I think you'll be quite pleased.
Okay, sure, he can help me. Try again. Slow him down, he's in melee. Ah, he jumped to me, goddammit. And it's definitely gonna be easier now, but... Okay, interrupted him, that's good. Yeah. Poison dart. What is this? Oh, I can do these abilities. Ooh. Oh my god, I can force choke finally. Legacy Force Sweep, Flamethrower, Orbital Strike. Nice. Okay. But I'm gonna have to slightly reorganize. Only slightly. Only slightly. Okay. Or I can make it a little bit smaller because I really don't care that much about it. Yeah. There we go. Get a little bit smaller because I really don't even look at the companion one. Good enough. I assume. Maybe make this one a little bit smaller too. Just doesn't block the screen too much. Okay, cool. So I can do I can do my legacy abilities now.
You won't make it out of this. No one ever does.
Damn it, I wanted to extract information from him.
Cypher 9, this is Watcher 2. Please respond. I need a status update on Watcher X. I'm ready to put out a general alert.
Look for
Enjoy
yourself.
the sight. One dead, genetically enhanced former Watcher.
I see. Very well. That's all the evidence I need.
Damn it,
I'll
really wanted
downgrade our
to
security status. Operations
extract the
will proceed
information.
as normal. For the record, Cypher, I don't enjoy violence, but I'm extremely happy that Watcher X is out of commission.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't want him dead.
I was hoping to bring him back to Shadowtown.
Then frankly, I'm glad the
I
situation
didn't want to
falls
bring
to
him
your
to
hand.
Shadowtown.
I'll send a crew to collect Watcher X's corpse. His mind and body are Imperial technology. Consider the matter closed. Records of his presence here will be erased, and you're not to speak of this further. I'll debrief you back at the ship.
If I could, I'd repeat it. But... Huh. Wait a minute. No, I assume like if I reset it, ship rush. Yeah, I can't reset it. Damn it. I mean, listen, like I followed my guts so far. Kind of screwed up there. I didn't realize. That what I set to Watcher 2 would like make it immediately like refocus the plot. That I like changed my mind that I didn't want to talk to that Watcher X guy.
You're paying me for this?
Damn it. Oh well.
Leave everything to me, Master. I will not.
It is what it is. I made my choice. Damn it. Mezzetti spaceport. Okay. Second. Okay. Just want to check something. Is it closed? Day is it? Thursday. Oh. One second, sorry. Sorry. That. Wait a minute, let me. Angers, Inquisitor, Colonel Agent. Two ship swaps. Trying to decide something unrelated to the stream, sadly. Very nice ship. Technically, my favorite one would probably be the Bounty Hunter. I like a lot of things regarding the Bounty Hunter, but I kind of figured, you know, if the story is better, play as the agent. Now when I've like played for like 20 levels, kind of pondering like whether or not I picked the right build playstyle. Kind of like thinking maybe, where is it? Combat style. So I picked Sniper. Wish I could preview like the other ones. What? So yeah, I kind of pondering, like, right now I'm playing as the Sniper. My secondary combat style, which eventually I'll get, it would either be a stealther or maybe like this power tech kind of play. So either the operative or power tech. Just to see, like, again what the melee playstyle is like. But I don't know. I don't know, man. Like, power tech was fun, but there's no stealth. Mercenary is also fun. But again, it's kind of like ranged. Don't really need the healing. I definitely don't want to play a healing class. I don't really care about the healing. I just want to, you know, go through the story. So it's strictly a DPS. This one is good for, you know, tanking is not bad, but I kind of want to go full DPS. So, but it's a melee one, kind of melee, half-ranged power tech. That's fun. Has a flamethrower. That's always fun. But yeah, I mean, I love the sniper, but I don't know, man. I'd really like to make an easy decision, but it's never freaking easy.
This is Cypher 9 to Watcher 2. Please respond.
Contact authorization denied. This is Imperial Automated Defense Corps Unit CR-97.
Is that my new companion?
By order of Darth Jared, Lord of the Dark Council, your ship is now in lockdown.
Cypher 9. The last time we spoke, I called you to Korriban. Did you misunderstand what a privilege that audience was?
What a bitch. What's going on, Zora? I understand.
If I recall, you tried to have me murdered as some sort of test.
Exactly.
Many would beg for the opportunity to serve one of the Dark Council. You've not impressed me, Cypher. You've given me no new information since your mission began, about the murder of Darth Jadus or otherwise. When you receive my orders, you'll do as you're told, or I'll have you flayed alive, along with everyone you know. Understood?
I don't care about your threat. I don't answer you.
My orders come from Keeper, not the Sith.
Perhaps I should kill you for your impudence. But you are useful, so... perhaps I'll kill Keeper. Now, my peers on the Dark Council acknowledge me, but they don't yet respect me, not like they did my father. To secure my position, I must have my father's secrets, the mysteries Darth Jadus never deigned to teach me.
Yeah, I don't care. You want me to help you? That'll be enough power. You're getting desperate.
I'll
totally be
over your head.
Number 3s with her.
You're not Sith. You're certainly not my father. I was his only apprentice, but he favored Force-blind advisors over his own daughter. Of course, most of his advisors died with him on the Dominator, but not all. Fjord Yanol stayed behind. Fjord Yanol fled to Nar Shaddaa.
You want
and this advisor can tell you what Jadus knew?
I know he can. Why else would he flee unless he feared sharing? And again, maybe Yanol conspired with Jadus's rivals. Maybe he was involved in my father's death. The end result is the same. My sources have found his hideout.
What?
You will catch him and bring him to me. Until then, we are finished.
Okay, ooh, nice. Okay, so I like the fact that I get these, like, XP boosts. That's nice. They apparently want you to, like, level quicker. Not super quick, but still pretty quick. See, the funny thing is, like, like subscribing actually goes along with everything. Well, because I'll get like more experience, so I'll like go through the story a little bit quicker. Kind of goes in my favor, and also the gameplay will be, you know, a bit different because I'll be able to change my. Kind of want to. I have this like need to change up the play style. I won't do it on this playthrough. Can't. So. Hyper damage ranged. Wish I could preview like. Ability layout. What does ability layout mean? Like, is it these quick bars or? I don't know. I do not know. Locate Fjord Janol's hideout. Ugh, great, I have to freaking... have to be her errand boy now. Ship exit. Nar Shaddaa still, I hope. Okay. Yep. Nice, very quick. Okay. So I have to go to should I go to upper office atrium? Upper office atrium. 1 second. Goddamn it, temporarily unavailable. Hmm. 1 second. Ah, damn it. Och, damn it. Huh. Sorry, 1 second. Just have to check a certain notification. 30%. Hmm. Hmm. $800. Figure it out later. Okay. Upper industrial, is that it? No, upper office atrium. Upper office atrium. Where is that? Where is the upper office atrium? No idea. Well, guess you can't quick travel like anywhere, anytime. I mean, I can, but I guess I can't. Guess I can't quick travel. Where I want to go right now. That's fine.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
Duras sector.
Have a safe and pleasant stay.
Might as well take a cab because it's cheaper. Only in video games. It's a cheaper option. Who is the LMH? Who is the LMH? Damn, what a view. Very cool. actually... screw it. Biggest priority. Okay. So, the Duras sector. Okay. Whee! Is it a long drop? Come on! Ah, damn it. Okay. Data pad. Who is the Okay, go up there. Hacked Imperial Droid. I was like, why is the Imperial Droid my enemy, but it's hacked? Okay. The flame. Okay, I have to fight these guys, yeah. Well, these guys. Nice. Nice. Might as well eliminate these guys. Get in my way. Ooh, hello there. We could just go with rocket boots. The slums. Duras slums. Okay, crouch down. Watch the sniper bot. Her. Again, same thing, okay. Oh, I cancel it. Ah. Nice. I love those explosive field tanks. It's got pretty easy. I should send her on a mission, but using all my credits, god damn it. Full slice tech parts. Damn it. And of course, well, that's up close and personal. Let's see if I can interrupt him at a good point. That and that. Nice. Snipe him. Snipe him. Nice. A blue one, okay. That's unusable, right? I don't know what that was.
Get away! I've done nothing to you. I've touched nothing on this dust ball. No talk to no one.
I'm not here to hurt you.
The Dark Council hired you, didn't it? Or the Galactic Republic, the Macroza Order, the Hutts. It doesn't matter. My master is dead. Darth Jadus is gone. I have no one left to betray.
I'm Jay's daughter. I'm here on the job. Shut up and cooperate.
I don't have time for diplomacy right now. You need to listen to me.
You really don't understand. Lord Jadus must have made preparations for his death. He was power, and fire, and brilliance. The instant the Master died, I promise his contingency plans went into action. They'll bring doom to everything Lord Jadus ever touched, and I want no part of it.
I need your help. Okay.
Please,
There are things you know, things no one else does.
Another time, another place, I might have done you a favor. I would have owned you. But not anymore. I won't be caught in the Master's schemes ever again.
Oh, come on. Ah, damn it. Well,
it won't.
It was his choice.
The Master will destroy everything. Even from death.
Well, he freaking turned on me, so...
I can't let Jorid have you. It's nothing personal.
He fucking attacked me first, so... What can you do? Slicing this computer, you'll find 2 heavily encrypted files. One is labeled schematics, the other is labeled research. I don't know. Research. File contains a message dated 16 months ago. Synopsis. Imperial Science Bureau Special Project, blah blah. Device is not practical. Robust growth fails to counterbalance, so no further research be conducted. Okay. Oh, I can see both. Okay. So Imperial Starship. Dominator. Okay. Yes, all Pesha cores board only can be repurposed as something. Oh, I remember this theme. It's from Revenge of the Sith. Oh, okay. It's gonna... When I upload this VOD on YouTube, it's gonna be... I just can't evade freaking copyright thing. Okay, so I killed him. Wait a minute, I don't have to go manually. I can just... roll the map, spaceport. Wow. God damn it. Let's do that. I like how he sometimes waves at attacks. It's funny. God damn it.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business. Have a safe and pleasant stay.
Sometimes I press F out of like how do you say it? What's the word? God damn it. Because I'm so used to pressing F to interact with stuff in Guild Wars 2. So I kind of have to reverse that. Have to get used to F being like taking cover as this character, so... So yeah. Story arc Nashta. Oh yeah, I forgot. I completely forgot about that. So each planet has its kind of like story related, like story mission, that kind of thing, or a chain of missions specifically for that planet. Okay, where's my interest? There it is. Kind of regret like when it comes to like my choices so far, kind of regret not extracting information from that like Watcher X guy, but it is what it is. Can't get them all right. Kind of went with my gut, so didn't expect that to happen.
This is Keeper to Cypher 9. I understand you're running an errand for Darth Jorid.
Sadly.
It may not be my place to know a Dark Council member's business, so I won't ask what she wants. I only want to advise you to take care.
No, ask away. Is her name Zorid? I think it is.
I've met her twice now, but I don't know much about her.
I can't tell you much, but she's not beloved by the other Dark Lords. There was resistance to giving her her father's council seat.
Nice.
Jorid has relocated to Darth Jadis' old chambers on Drummond Cast. She awaits you there. Keep her out.
Great. Great, I have to see her again. So what, she's gonna like attack me again? What's the L-I-Y-A-H? Drummond Cast. Okay. I really like that they really improved some of the things. It's gonna be so sad when this game, like, eventually, you know, runs its course, but, well, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm trying to enjoy it while it's still here. Wait a minute. Why did my special ability bar disappear? What? Huh? Does it, like, appear only during combat? Damn it. Oh, I'm so close to level 22. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's the L-I-Y-A-H. Been listening to Aaliyah for pretty recently, so some of the songs are very much stuck in my head. I wonder how expensive the quick travel is from here. Quick travel is currently not allowed. No way. Come on. Really? Interesting. Wait a minute. Whoops. Wrong way. Let's go up here. It's the L-I-Y-A-H. Drummond Cast. How the hell is travel not allowed? Maybe because I'm at the spaceport? Then again, like, as soon as I leave the spaceport, I'll be at the taxi place and have to...
alive! Keep those beasts out of the spaceport!
Rank 2 at level 25.
Well, this is entirely
Okay.
out of hand. No, don't touch that!
Speeder vendor.
What can I get for you?
Oh, there they are. Okay. So, Zerka Patroller is kind of... Rendili Watchman. Wow, I remember all of these. Cool Taxi. Wow, 10 million for a freaking speeder. If I could pick any of them, I'd probably go for, like... Maybe this one, or... Yeah, probably like that one, or...
Come back
Way
anytime.
too expensive. Way too expensive.
Ready
Bad
for
monkey.
departure.
Yep. Back, 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 forth and forth. See you go back, forth and forth. Back, forth and forth. Who is the L-I-Y-A-H? Let me see you go. Back, let me see you go. Okay. Let me see. Screw it. Okay, we're almost there. Ah, guild recruit messages. Who's the LMOH?
Attention, Imperial personnel.
Okay,
Maintenance
again, this
and
guy.
patrol schedules at the Sith Sanctum are on hold until further notice.
This will be easy.
Again.
Again.
Approach the area at your own peril.
That's the thing, like this does not happen on the Republic side. Go, guys. Okay, nice.
Typical.
Level up, baby. Let me see. Kind of pausing the... what's it called? Ooh, 25k cred. How do I get this? So I'm over the progress line. Why am I not? So, like, when will I get this credit certificate? Like, I don't get it. I didn't get it yet. I don't get it, man. Like, so I've... I don't get it. I definitely do not miss, you know, people like ignoring my messages in map chat. Yeah. It is what it is.
Do you think you've
Kinda
learned your lesson yet, Keeper?
Taught me to, like, you know, figure it out on my own. Over time.
Yes, my lord.
I don't like that name. You certainly haven't done a very good job of keeping your agents. Speaking of which, Cypher 9, your superior and I were just chatting.
The hell's
What's this
going
about?
on?
What did he do to deserve this?
It's not what he did. It's what you did. You see, in our last conversation, you said something that irked me. I don't remember what. I thought about having you killed, but then I thought, who's really responsible here? And I decided to punish Keeper.
Keeper didn't do anything wrong.
You're truly ignorant of the nature of authority. Keeper, you can go.
She's
The
so
Cypher and I have
irritating.
business.
I appreciate that, my lord. As for you, Cypher, good to see you alive. It's getting dangerous.
Pathetic old man. I mean, he can't really do anything about it, so I don't know.
Dangerous. And unpredictable.
Exactly. Be careful.
So, Fjord Yenal, did you find my dear father's advisor? Was everything as I said?
Got distracted by map chat. It's fucking worthless. Was everything as I said? Did you find my dear father's advisor? I'll say no idea.
People who get lost on Nar Shaddaa don't get found.
You mean to say you failed me? I give you the chance of a lifetime. The chance to serve a member of the Dark Council.
Wow.
And you fail?
Big deal. Who cares?
Completely and utterly? How dare you, Cypher?
I slash slap.
Yenal knew my father's secrets. He was to lift me above my rivals.
I mean, I can kind of appeal to her, like, ooh, I'm all powerful kind of thing, but, I don't know what to say. These three options are kind of, I don't know.
There is no one whose power rivals yours.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to say. Come on.
You're right, you know.
Maybe
Perhaps it was an impossible task.
he's
If I couldn't
sarcastic.
secure my father's secrets, it's no surprise you couldn't either. I shall stand alone against the Dark Council. Force them to respect me, listen to me, even without Jadis's wisdom.
Actually, that was probably a good pick, probably, because maybe I can kind of act along. That's actually pretty funny. Like, obviously she can't go alone against the Dark Council, whatever. So I'm just gonna go along with it.
I'm certain you have what it takes to impress them.
I do not need your certainty. You disappointed me today, Cypher, but you also taught me something. Because of that, I forgive you. Do not fail ever again.
That's what I kind of find pathetic about, like, these Sith in general. Like, you know, they're so, how would I say it, so far up their own you-know-whats. It's, I don't know, it's kind of silly. Speeder piloting trainer. You have new mail, okay. I wonder. I mean, you know, then again,
Attention,
yeah,
Imperial personnel.
Jedi also
Maintenance and patrol schedules
very arrogant
at the
and whatever,
Sixth
but
Sanctum are on hold until further notice.
pick your poison.
Again. Approach the area at your own peril.
Like, honestly, if somebody asked me, like, you know, would you rather pick to, you know, like, to cooperate with a Jedi or a Sith? Honestly, I kind of lean towards Jedi. But not leaning too hardly, you know, too hard. Hardly, but... Wow, he sent me 300 credits. Cypher 9. We've never met, but I wanted to thank you for your handling on Watcher X on Nar Shaddaa. I know from personal experience how deceptive the man can be. The thought of him running free is mildly terrifying. Yep. You likely aren't aware of the events that led to Watcher X's imprisonment. All I can say is that Operation Undertow left me with scars that will never heal. I was among the lucky ones. My people will be performing a detailed post-mortem on the body. There's much to learn, and we won't build a mistake like him again. Like, again, I'll say it again, like, I regret not, going along with the whole, you know, let's extract mission, let's set him free, and let's, you know, mainly for the information he can tell, but it is what it is. Back.
Destination? Enjoy your stay.
Can't decide which map chat is kind of like more cringy. I don't know, like either Guild Wars 2 or freaking Guild Wars 2. Either SWTOR or Guild Wars 2. Oh my god, it's late. It's freaking late. Speaking of late. Okay. Back, forth. When I ride a taxi, like the enemies, they don't care, but when I ride a speeder, they're like, rah! From cars. Like, even though I'm just playing through the story, I'm not really, you know, like exploring and going all over the place and whatever. Because I kinda already did that way back. Not too interested in doing it nowadays, but it's... I gotta say, even though I'm just playing through the story, I kinda have this, like... How would I call it? Like a slightly different point of view. When it comes to, like, let's do this. Why not? When it comes to, like, appreciating the maps, you know. What the hell is this? The guy's burning. Demonstrate a monkey lizard with a torch. Okay. Let's catch it. Did I catch it? I think I did. Monkey lizard. Monkey lizard. I like how he's like running around and burning, and the customs droid is just like scanning him. It's way more important to like find out who he is instead of like just fucking helping him. Okay, that's 5. Monkey lizard. Okay. Oof. Just checking notification. 6 minutes, okay. Ooh, it's the LLH. Oh crap, what the hell is that? Hopefully I can kill it. So far so good. Poison it. Poison it, come on. Okay, it's not dealing that much damage. If at all. That's interesting. Poison it more. Purple it. There we go. And dead. There we go. Nice. Monkey lizard. Is that a bounty hunter? Or just a bounty hunter build? Mercenary, yeah. Doesn't say which class he is, but just says the subclass. Inspect player. Okay, so he's a bounty hunter and he chose mercenary build, yeah. Age ain't nothing but a number. Did I catch all them? Repair damage, something, equipment. Okay, 2 more repairs. Damn, that freaking that creature respawned pretty quickly. It'll never change. And one more thing. Let's see how much XP I'll get.
Stars, help us! Where did
The
it
escape
get that
card.
relic?
Ja. Now I have to do it. Get up, come on. Nice. 13k. Hope that's a lot.
Thoroughly.
It's okay. Okay. Why am I not receiving any of the... I don't get it. Like, how do I... How do I get these conquests? I've filled up the green meter.
Oh, shit. BRB.
Okay. Oh, okay. 2 a.m. Damn. Okay, we're back. I wish that these freaking guys in map chat would, like, answer. Like, that's the thing. That's the thing that really sucks. Like, I ask like a basic question and like sucks. I don't know why. Like, maybe because it's late. Fucking idiots. Probably kids too. Like, usually it's like teens. Kids and teens. Not all of them, but usually. Okay, where is my hangar? Okay. I look at these like map chat shenanigans, you know, completely differently nowadays. Like when I was younger, when I played the game before, it was... Sometimes I even kind of participated, and it was kind of fun in a way, you know, like just randomly, you know, sending these weird messages and trying to be funny and whatever. Now it's just like, I don't know, I mean, they can have their fun, it's completely fine. It's just every time I try and ask like a semi-serious question and see, you know, that there's no positive outcome, it's like, oh right, okay, yeah, it's not really my turf, so to say. Oh well. Okay. Use your ship's hollow terminal.
Transmitting security codes. This is Watcher 2 to Cypher 9. I'm glad you're back on duty. After you dismantle the cells on Balmora and Nar Shaddaa, the rest of the Terra network went into overdrive.
The more they move, the more visible they get. Our advantage.
I'm not complaining. I told you before about the Eagle's mystery weapon, the Eradicator devices. We still don't know what they are, but we intercepted this transmission.
Once the devices are fully functional, I'll enter the targeting codes myself. Only then will instructions be sent. But all cells are encouraged to prepare attacks on secondary targets. Once the Eradicators cause chaos in every Imperial stronghold, you must fan the flames. Stand tall above the wreckage. Shape the destruction into a message. That is how we prevail.
That was the Eagle himself. It seems the assassination of Darth Jadus was only the start.
Certainly intimidating, but what does that actually tell us?
Barely enough to add to his profile. There is good news. We have leads on 2 new Terra cells, vital to the network's operation. They're your next targets. Proceed to Tatooine and Alderaan at your discretion. Your mission will continue there. Watcher 2 out.
Okay. Dark side points, I forgot. Okay. Okay, I wonder which one is first. I think Tatooine is first. Alderaan is later, I guess. Yeah, Alderaan is 28, 32. Alderaan has a nice vibe, but I love Tatooine. Tatooine is... Very cool. Okay, travel to Tatooine, but before that... Wait a minute. 24. I'm not 24 yet. Yeah, I remember like being under-leveled, and then when I go to that planet, it's like, whoa, why is everything so difficult? So it kind of like it kind of forces you to do some, you know, side stuff just to reach that minimum level. Traveling to Tatooine. Direct damage ranged, type of damage over time, ranged. Huh. I wonder if I change... Just checking out some of the abilities. Oh yeah, entrench. Where the hell is entrench? Where? I don't even see entrench. If it's even here. I don't see it. I don't see where entrench is. Maybe it doesn't even show up here. I don't know. I mean, these are all active abilities, but okay, I don't know. Travel to Tatooine. It still feels kind of early to go to Tatooine. Where am I even? Drummond Kaas, I think, yeah. Level 24. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Alderaan. Looking for love in Alderaan places. I don't know, I kind of feel like going back to Nar Shaddaa to do something. Just to level up. Wait a minute. Technically I can do it for free, right? Where is it? I hope it's free. I think it is free, actually. I could just pop into Nar Shaddaa from here. Ah, yes, my Nar Shaddaa stronghold. Damn, I haven't been here in ages. Just quickly go through it. Ah, what the hell? Wait a minute, where's the... Which rooms did I unlock, actually? No. What? Oh. Okay, so I remember placing that, yeah. Yeah, I definitely remember that. But the outside, how the hell did I go outside? And why is it locked? What? But why is it locked? That's kind of interesting. Huh. But legacy stronghold storage. What is this? Oh my god. I actually have some stuff. Wow. Temple Guardian, Temple Guardian. Ah, most of it's just unimportant stuff. Eh. Damn it. Wait a minute, can I sell this thing? I hope I can sell that freaking emote for... If I can sell it for a lot of money, then that'd be cool. Whoops. What? What? No way. Okay. Drag item here. Listing fee. Okay, it's not that bad. So I wonder how much. Wonder for how much I can actually sell it. Temple Guardian. What? Not bad, okay. Temple Guard. Well, not bad at all. I mean, if I can... if I can sell, like, one of these things, that would be awesome. Because I honestly don't care that much about it. Let's see. Let's see. So, how much is a temple guard? So, the wrist guards. Preview. So 7. I'll put it for like 750. Damn, okay. $750. Create sale. It'd be amazing if I can actually get this cash, because then I could just do everything way easily. Guardian's Greaves. 1,700,000. I'll put it for like 1,000,006. Classic undercutting. Hopefully it works. Hopefully I will sell something. Guardian Belt, 6 million, Jesus Christ. So 5,950,000. Hopefully somebody will buy this. Okay, boots, 10 million. I'll put it for like 9 million. Oh god, oops. Okay, whoops. Seem to have spent my money. Jeez. Reset, yeah. Oops. Okay, so I didn't think it through that much. But okay, it's interesting. So I actually had stuff. I actually have stuff. Damn. Alien blood sample, grade 1, grade 3. Interesting. I can also like deposit money there. Interesting. Okay. Anything else? No. Well, lost a lot of money, but it's fine. Okay, so when I exit, crap, how do I leave? I forgot how to leave. Exit to Nar Shaddaa. Nice. Yeah, not a bad trade-off. I wonder where in Nar Shaddaa I'll land, though. Hopefully not at the spaceport. Yep, not at the spaceport. Stronghold Directory, Nar Shaddaa. Okay. Okay, cool. So I can... let's go to the cantina just to unlock the area. I assume if somebody actually buys something, I'll get like a mail. Cantina vendor, what does he offer?
What can I get for you?
Sandwich. Gotta repair my stuff. Nice. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Those there, okay. Okay, I got some money back.
Come back anytime.
Come back anytime. Interestingly, there are not people here who roleplay. There usually are, but not interested in that. Damn, look at that, what? Oh, okay. Okay. Torian Cadera. So, let's see. Where could I go to do some... Let's just randomly go and kill stuff. New discovery. Did I get XP, I guess, a little bit? How much XP do I get? Okay, a little bit. What is here, I wonder? Lower Promenade. Oh, it's for the Republic. Oops. Okay. Ugh. But that's cool. Like, unlike Guild Wars 2, since there's two factions, well, they're enemies. They're not like cooperating. In Guild Wars 2, it was kind of weird at first, like, you know, why is every faction like cooperating? GSI specialty reputation.
Nice to see customers. Can I get you anything?
Oh, I remember this actually. Huh. I actually collected for this.
Feel free
speeder.
to browse.
Reputation
Best
vendor.
place to buy. Durable, military-grade supplies.
Okay.
We'll have you fit and fighting again in no time.
Infected customization. GSI missions, yeah, that's like the level 55 thing. Cantina vendor. Move closer, Anakin, I have good news. Okay. Feast of Prosperity token vendor. Oh, that's the Feast of Prosperity? Okay, what am I doing? I want to go to an area that I can fight in. What? I didn't explore this? Wow, I didn't even see it. The graying out actually worked. What is this? Barish the hut. Okay, some sort of side quest area or different class story area. Okay, got a little bit of XP by just roaming about. That's nice. I actually want to go. Where can I go actually? Well, let's go by cab. Where is the cab? Oh, okay. So I have to go all the way there. Starlight Heights Apartments. What is that? Oh, probably like, I don't know. Starlight Heights. I wonder. Okay, cool. Starlight Heights. How do I... have to click something on it? I mean, I assume I can't go, but... I don't know, kind of curious. Maybe it's not even meant to be gone with. Republic. Oh, okay. Every time I see like Republic, because I'm on the Imperial side, I'm like, whoa. Don't want to get insta-killed by those like super strong guards. Okay, let's go to... Where should we go? Sector... Dura sector, upper industrial, network access. What's the cheapest one? Ah, they're all pretty much the same. Yeah, they're all the same. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Let's do like a random side quest. We'll do a random side quest to get to level 23. Damn, the leveling already slowed down. But then again, I have only been doing the story quests, so it is what it is. We'll see tomorrow. Like I might subscribe for 1 month, which is not a big deal. But I just have to see the options. Like, is it, you know, what's like? Do I have to do like a 1 month thing, like a non-recurring, or can I just do a recurring one? Hopefully somebody will answer in the map chat. Was there a side quest thingy somewhere? No? Apparently not. Okay, nothing yet. Stims vendor, yes. Imperial Special Ops. So there's 2 things to choose from. Let's see what he wants.
Ah, I'm glad I caught your attention. The Empire sent me to negotiate the exclusive sale of several new armor designs, but the sellers are driving an expensive bargain. I'd prefer to keep these credits in Imperial hands.
Of course. Did you say
piqued my curiosity.
The gangsters who managed to liberate those designs are making a show of their willingness to sell the plans to the highest bidder. Either the Republic is willing to pay a lot more for these designs than we are, or the thugs are attempting to pad the negotiations. In either case, I'm done playing their games. I'd rather eliminate them and take the plans by force.
Just tell me where to go.
Here's where the negotiations
Classic
are
side
taking
quest.
place. They won't expect this, but they are heavily armed.
Okay. Classic side quest. Let's do it. Okay. Easy peasy. The SIS operatives. Sis. Sister. Twin sister. Oh. This guy's gonna shoot me. Ooh, new discovery. Okay, nice. If you sub for once and it goes away, you get preferred status. Okay. Okay, at least somebody answered like in map chat. It's pretty quiet on Nar Shaddaa. Okay, there we go. Let me see. Okay, easy peasy. Nice. Back, forth. Very nice. I want to throw it at him. What is this? Emperor's Casino chip. Again. Wonder what that is. Kill them all. Hooligan. Armsdealer hooligan. Okay, that was a bonus mission. Okay, defeat. Okay. Ooh, it's the L-I-Y-A-H. Return to Factor Jarvis. Okay. Okay. When you're on the map, in like the, not the world map, but like the area map, then TP is not that expensive. So that's pretty cool.
I have what you wanted.
Let me... Yes.
Yes.
This is everything they were offering. I can't believe such scum were able to get their hands on these.
Okay.
My superiors will be pleased to see I was able to acquire them. Of course, those extra credits need to go somewhere, and you are the hero of the hour.
Nice. 600 credits, okay. Okay. Nice, level 23. Ooh, new ability. Countermeasures. Active countermeasures to lower threat by moderate amount, personal movement effects. Nice. Increasing your movement speed 75. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's true. Nice. And a long cooldown. Okay, 23, so one more, I assume. Let's see
I'm
what
General
he says.
Colvin, this outpost's mission leader. If you have a moment, sir, I need your help with a priority Alpha objective.
Okay.
The Emperor has ordered me to unravel a great enigma in this sector. A complex constructed centuries ago by a
that's the
Sith
long
named
one.
Darth Revan. Upon its completion, Revan sealed a mysterious cargo inside, along with many alien slaves. Nothing has exited or entered since.
Is this supposed to involve me somehow?
Whatever secrets the complex holds, they're valuable. I assume that interests you. The complex is fortified with self-repairing automated defense turrets and a seemingly inexhaustible supply of assassin droids. It's amazing technology. We've spent over a decade trying to breach those defenses, and failed.
Once I put my mind to something, nothing in the galaxy can stop me.
I've discovered that the complex's defenses draw power from reactors across this sector. The owners of these reactors are completely unaware. Unfortunately, they're also our enemies. Republic Special Forces, criminal cartels, and mercenary armies. They'll never willingly shut down their reactors.
This isn't my area of expertise.
Yeah.
Very well then. Goodbye.
If I remember correctly, it's like a chain of events, so... Yeah, I guess the world icon thing... Yeah. It's like a chain. And I don't really want to spend too much time on this planet, so it's kind of like... Just looking for maybe 1 or 2, you know, quests. Heroic mission. Nice.
I've been on Nar Shaddaa long enough to know I should look for strings before I make any deals.
Okay.
Bagthra wanawaga mi punawa dwe.
How do I fit it?
Kabanotase makipuna malituta odmishka.
Slave shipments.
Kuchusa yomata chitoya nam kanoya choski nawi.
Just tell me where to go.
Ni at ambumpa boshura mokili mokranki. Piti dotenya go kakajojo. Dabiska ku paliya.
Heroic mission. A pound of flesh. 11 hours to complete it. Okay. Where the hell is it? Huh. Well, guess I'll go that way. If I reach level 24 before I reach or finish that mission, I'll just like abandon it and if enemies don't bring me down from my speeder, then I won't fight them. 4.5 hours of streaming. Oh. Oh, come on. You little shit. Stupid droid. Can't believe that little droid brought me down. Hut generator tower. Never really observed the upper part that much. Like, it's pretty nice. Okay, so this is the heroic area. Let's see if I can do it. I really hope I can do it. Do I have anything to help me? Nope. Let's see how it goes. Ah, crap. Good thing they can't interrupt me. That's really good. Lays. Nice. The sniper gameplay is definitely not bad. It's pretty, fun. It's cool. I kind of miss the bounty hunter kind of gameplay and a stealthy gameplay. Those two things I kind of miss. The Jedi Sith ones, not really. Not my style, honestly. I like the non-force users actually more. Okay, so it's manageable. Let me change it to a tank, actually. I assume they won't attack me that much. Let's see how that goes. When I play a sniper or a long-range weapon, I kind of like to be, from hitting them hard from like a certain point. Not want them attacking me. Okay. So 30 of them. Jesus Christ. Ooh, that's a lot of health lost. Jesus. As long as I can keep him off my back, but it's pretty hard. Oof. Might as well click this. Nice. Might actually be able to do this heroic on my own. Nice. Okay. Back, forth. Let's go back. Yeah, I can probably get them all. Hopefully I'll survive this. Like when I do this like area of attack, area of what's it called? Area of effect attacks, like sprinkling salt all over. Very deadly salt. He's still fighting that. Who knows? Maybe this heroic actually this heroic alone might actually like level me up. Hand-painted Pazak card. Oh, Pazak. Wow, I remember that. Large influence gain. Okay, cool. Sure. There you go, buddy. Is the L-L-H? He's not that tough, okay. Pound of flesh. Let me see, go back. Okay, snipe him. Now that's a sniper gameplay right there. My freaking phone. Okay. Nice. Might actually be able to complete this. Well, it is a heroic 2, so if it was a heroic 4, then I think it would have been pretty darn difficult. Ah, crap. Forgot to heal, goddammit. Eliminate the threat. Kill him before he kills me. There we go. Nice. Let me see you, let me see you go back. Let's actually heal up this time. That's kind of the trade-off, yeah, so if my companion's not a healer... Nice. Snipe. Yeah. Okay. Wrong choice. Damn it. Nice. I don't know, let's switch him back to healer. Let's see, maybe it'll be better. Gotta keep an eye on the time. I want to finish before 3 AM. Oh. Not because I don't want to play, but because it's getting late. Gotta work tomorrow. But I really like the game. I mean, I love the game. I love Star Wars. Pre-Disney Star Wars. But still. The immersion is great. But, like, the worst thing about this game, honestly, is the gameplay. Everything else, you know, is pretty damn good. Gameplay is okay. It's pretty much like classic tab targeting. But I'm so used to Guild Wars 2 that it's, you know, definitely feels like, well, less superior, let's say. But it is what it is. So what's left to do? 2 more gang members and organ shipments. Okay. Basically just continue what I've been doing. Okay. Watch the sniper. Actually, getting healed might be the best option. I don't know. So far, it's been the least, the least annoying one. Running out of energy. Just whoosh. Blast him. Blast him. Blast him. Okay, neurotoxins. Watch the sniper. Should have recuperated my energy, but okay, now they're barraging my companion. That's good. Gotta get that energy back. I'm getting freaking ganged. Might not make it. Get that healing up, boy. I don't. Oh crap! Wow. Okay. Like I don't get why I don't have my. Why the hell can't I use my heroic abilities? That's what I don't get. Like, why? Why can't I? Not understand. Okay, one charge of that. Okay. Whoops, why did I keep doing that? I don't know. Ambush. Nice. Ooh, security chest. Okay. So I blew up that. I can do this. So one more organ shipment and one more whatever it's called. We should have done this before. Ah. Okay, and pew pew pew. Get him off me. have to heal myself additionally because these guys are pretty tough. I might die. So now I recover. Damn it. Oh, I might die. No. Damn it. Oops. Oh, now I have to wait. Damn it. Well, I'm definitely gonna wait. Who knows? Maybe I'll level up just by doing this, as I kind of thought it would be. Like when I level up to 24, then I'll go back to my ship, fly to Tatooine, but I won't leave for Tatooine. I'll stay on my ship and then I'll end off the stream there. Seconds to get to safety. Well, actually, yeah, better Coop right there. Hopefully that guy won't attack me yet. Okay, ready. Kill him. Ooh, one shot. Okay, that's excellent. It makes sense for a sniper to do one shots, but like, damn. Very nice. It's kind of what I expected from this class. Ah, I didn't do the bonus thing, I guess. Damn it. Okay. Might as well activate. Hopefully if I log off of my ship, it's gonna do the like bonus XP thing. Pew 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 pew. Okay, cool. Chancery. Watch the sniper. One shot? Ah, so close. Nice. Might as well kill some along the way because, why not? Catch him? Nope. Definitely one shot. So there's like a perk, I guess. Right? Yeah. Snipe zeroes in your sights, reducing effect time. Ah, okay. But wait a minute, what's its cooldown? Gonna have to make some changes. What makes sense? So far, my strongest ability is ambush. Since I'm using these abilities the most, maybe I move all of them like a little bit. Let's see, what's the priority? So I kind of use this one most often, and maybe like this. Okay, so I can reach 5. Something like that. I'll figure it out later. So the point is, wait a minute, is it like Sniper has a chance to do that? Snipe. Nice. Oh, okay, that was fast. Still kind of thinking about what's the best setup, but I'll figure it out. I keep saying that. I want to think about this. What would be the best way to... So this one is kind of like an opener. I can do it like that, yeah. And it's getting better. It's instant. You know what? I'll keep it. I can't keep it like this. Like, I can reach the first 5, but then the other ones are kind of hard to reach, so I'm gonna have to remap them somehow. I don't know what it'll be. I mean, it'll definitely make my gameplay better, but... Poor guy activated his shield, but nah, to no avail. Okay. Nice. Watch the sniper. Nice. Target is dead. Okay, let's go back up. I think it's time. Even though I can quick travel, and I will, but let's at least go up. I'll quick travel to the taxi. Now these guys are easy compared to that. Compared to that heroic. I wonder how far I can actually take this road. Wait a minute, can I combat? There's no way I can like set it up so it kind of locks into the range. Kind of sucks, but eh. What are you looking at? Boom. Nice. Level 24. But it still sucks. How Let's see. Account created July. it's so funny how the giveaway is so easy. Account created July 30th. Thank you. Never come again. Idiots. Dumbass. My crew. No, what did he say? I'm in my car. I'm parking my car at the moment, but me and my crew will be there at your next stream. Add me on Discord. Dumbass. I mean, I'm really hoping it's a bot, because if it's not a bot, well, that is tragic. Okay, so I'm level 24. Watch the sniper. 24. So what is this? Increase critical chance average. Then, oh, this guy's gonna attack me. Yeah. Can I turn 3 seconds after ambush critically hits the target? Ambush. Oh, okay. So that's cool. That's nice. What if I made it like this, for example? Oops. I don't know. Let's see how it works. So I aim at him, prepare this attack, I don't know, snipe him. Snipe him again, I don't know. I'm getting there, but you son of a bitch. Okay, anyway, let's go there. So I'll go back to my ship, since I don't have the personal transport thing yet. If anything on the freaking GTN sells, then I'll definitely.
Vehicle pads are currently open for business.
Wait a
Have a
minute.
safe and pleasant stay.
So if I go directly to it, too expensive.
Welcome. Please select an available travel route.
Okay, yeah, manually for now. But yeah, where is that? So it's a character perk, I guess. Wait a minute, what I don't understand. Oh, okay, I get it. So I can only use that when the heroic moment, so... okay. Wow, I completely forgot about it. So I can only use those abilities when my heroic moment is activated. So every 5 minutes. Okay. Lasts 2 minutes, so cooldown of 5 minutes lasts 2 minutes. That actually sounds really good. Kind of makes me want to test it. Damn it! I'm already like away. Damn it. I mean, I can test it without enemies, but... I always miss where I'm supposed to go. So we're heading to Tatooine, and I'm already past 3 AM, so I'm not gonna do any missions. Actually, not gonna land on Tatooine, because that'll start like the whole cutscene thing or whatever, so I want to start fresh tomorrow. Well, hopefully tomorrow. Let's see.
Do you require anything, Master? A hot meal, perhaps? Conversation?
I'd love a hot meal, but where the hell is the kitchen?
Say the word.
Where's the damn kitchen in this place? Okay, so I'm not gonna go to Tatooine yet. You are in a rested state. While in a rested state, gain double XP. Get into a rested state by logging out the game in a cantina. I really hope this area counts, so it's not just a cantina. I mean, it's green, so I assume it's a rested state area. Okay. Anyway. I will travel to Tatooine on the next stream. That will be it for this one. It was fun. Calio, lifestyle choices. Okay, that's the next conversation. Okay, yeah, that'll be it. Next time when I hop on, I'll actually check. Hopefully, something will sell that I posted on GTN. If none of that sells, kind of doubt that it will sell. I mean, who the hell would buy it for that much? But who knows? Maybe it's valuable. But yeah, if it does sell, I'll definitely like get some perks unlocked. Just wonder what would be the most useful. Maybe if I get 100k at least, I'll definitely buy all of these. To get more XP, I'll buy the speeder upgrades. Goddamn expensive. Oh yeah, and the personal starship thing. Definitely. I have 9k. Okay, I wonder... So I can send them on missions, but I can't send them to sell junk. Okay, that'll be it. I'll kind of mess around with which abilities I'm going to use for where. There's an active companion. Okay. Okay, anyway. I'll be back next time, most likely tomorrow. Technically today. 10 p.m. CET, hopefully. And hopefully hopefully this area actually counts as a rested state. Let's see if this works again. Wait a minute. So switch the scene. Okay, yeah, nice. Did I click? No. Okay, yeah, so thank you for watching, whoever's watching now or on YouTube. Thank you for sticking around. And yeah, fantastic freaking game. Did I? Okay, I did ban that stupid bot. Okay. Have a good day, good night, whoever's watching, and I'll see you.